Okay, this is gonna be fun. Fable. By far one of the more iconic games for the original Xbox, standing shoulder to shoulder with greats like Halo and Knights of the Old Republic. Released in 2004, Fable quickly became one of the flagship IPs for Microsoft, selling over 1 million copies in under a year, and soon after, in 2005, was expanded and re-released as Fable: The Lost Chapters, adding in more quests and a whole extra storyline past the game's original ending. To say I have sunk some hours into this game would be a massive understatement, because as a kid, I could not put this game down. I mean, I went through every decision, found almost every Easter egg, and performed so many game-breaking glitches. It is just one of those games that throughout the years, I have always been able to go back to and have fun with, due to its unique world and characters, as well as all the crazy different ways you can actually play through it. Unfortunately, though you might not guess it due to all of its success, Fable had kind of a rough time actually coming to market. You see, all the way back in 1985, two brothers, Simon and Dean Carter, swore to each other that they would go on to make the greatest RPG ever. And 13 years later, filled with experience in industry working for Bullfrog Production, the two brothers, as well as Ian Lovett, set off and founded Big Blue Box Studio. Pretty quickly, they set up an arrangement with Peter Molyneux, the founder of Bullfrog, who recently left as well, and would wind up becoming a satellite studio to his newly created Lionhead Studio. This idea of Big Blue Box becoming a satellite studio, in theory, would allow them to utilize Lionhead's marketing, administrative, and business departments, freeing up more time for them to just focus on developing their ideas. It would also allow them to utilize Lionhead's staff in the development process, plus have Peter Molyneux there to help guide and refine some of the aspects of the game as well. It was a unique arrangement for sure, and came with a lot of other benefits such as access to important business connections through Peter, who had many connections all throughout the gaming landscape at this time. However, despite the numerous positives, the deal did have some drawbacks, as you could probably imagine. But early on, this merger with Lionhead gave Dean and Simon the resources to make their dream of theirs come true. The main problem they had to overcome first was, well, what the hell to make? It might seem really strange looking back, but Fable originally started its life as a sort of strategy style game called Wish World, a game where you would play as a wizard in a magical academy, except you would train and fight others by using spells to change and warp the landscape of your opponent's territories. The original plan was to allow you to do things like flood an entire arena and then raise a bunch of sea creatures to go attack the enemy with, or to ruin their grand forest with spells that would turn it into a volcanic wasteland instead. The idea was a little less focused on you as a character and more about how you could change the world around you, kind of similar to the God game genre. The concept pamphlet for the game goes on to say, imagine playing a 3D Zelda where the world is constantly changing for you, and where your actions alter the world for other players at the same time. You know, one of the more interesting things about this pamphlet is where it goes on to talk about how the game would have no menus, and instead you would access everything through an in-game lobby that would allow you to go into different rooms to access different functions. And it's kind of funny to me because something like this was actually tried far later in Fable 3. By the way, it really was not a good idea. Just, ugh. Now as the time went by, Peter Molyneux started to suggest that they should really focus down on a single character that you can make into your own, and for a time the game was simply called Merlin. This is also where they started looking into the idea of doing things like body morphing, where your character could age, get scars, and change shape depending on their diet. And all these things would eventually make its way into Fable in some form or another. Unfortunately for Blue Box Studio, through most of this time period they had difficulties in finding a willing publisher, and it was somewhat unsure if this game would ever actually get off the ground. Fortunately, Microsoft eventually picked them up, and the game was renamed to Project Ego, and was set to be released on the brand new Xbox. It definitely took a while, but here is where the rubber really started to hit the road. You see, the whole idea of Fable's atmosphere is the combination of the Grimm's fairy tales and some of the lightheartedness and humor of Monty Python. And this is what made the world feel just so unique and fun. However, in these early game trailers for Project Ego, it does seem to lean far more into a dark and foreboding atmosphere instead. By this point, though Ego was slightly different, it's clearly on its way to becoming the Fable we would all know and love today. Unfortunately though, here's where we also begin to reach the point where Peter Molyneux's big mouth nearly got them into a lot of trouble. And what I mean by that is, well, this.
You're not the only hero around to do this job. You know, there are other heroes competing against you.
So they're AI characters that will beat you to the tasks if you don't get to them?
You know, you could be down in the bottom of a town and one of the townsfolk says, can you rescue the girl on top of the cliff? You look up there and there's Eric the Bloodslayer going up the rescue. You think, oh no, he's going to get all the credit for that.
Yeah, that is absolutely not in the game.
And don't forget, you know, you're a hero in the game, so, you know, you'll see people dress like you and cut their hair like you cut your hair and have the same beards as your character's got, so you don't want Eric the Bloodslayer suddenly them to turn around and look like him.
Nope, that doesn't happen either.
You know, using much more subtle weapons like knives and daggers and shurikens, and then your character will be a lot more dexterous. He'll be fast enough to catch arrows in midair.
Nope, that doesn't happen either, and I think at this point you probably know where I'm going with this.
Now, in all seriousness, games do obviously change a lot during development. I mean, Halo CE was originally supposed to have a slew of features that never made it in, and was originally even planned to have 40 levels before being reduced only to 10. The big difference here is that most studios don't go around saying all this stuff all the way up to the game's release, while Peter was going around everywhere talking about how you would be able to have children, and if you die you could take control of your kid to continue on with the game, and the world would have dynamic weather and seasons, and of course, you have the classic, you'll be able to knock an acorn off a random tree and watch as it would eventually grow as the game went on. I mean, many of these statements were so outrageous and untrue that after the game released, Peter had to go on and post an apology letter for all the unkept promises he made leading up till then. Plus, on top of all of this, because he kept promising the moon and the stars, it forced the actual development team to keep chasing things that were never possible, taking away resources from many of the core mechanics, leading to a massive crunch just to get the game out the door. The crunch was so bad, it led to many members of Lionhead having to be moved over to help Big Blue Box finish the game, despite many of them having other responsibilities and not even wanting to be working on Fable in the first place. On top of all of that, Peter also had a bad problem of constantly talking to the press as if the game was just his. Much later, in an interview, Damien Bazugby, one of the lead artists for Fable, very pointedly said, "It really gets my goat. Fable was created by an incredible team of hardworking and dedicated individuals working together. Not one man stood in front of the cameras, basking in the spotlight. It was a brainchild of Dean Carter, who was supported by his brother Simon Carter and their longtime art comrade Ian Lovett. These three hired and grew a pretty small but incredible team, and each and every one of those people created Fable. All the poor sods at Lionhead who had to help us finish it, they created Fable. They gave everything to that game, their time, personal health, and mental health. I wasn't privy to any of the lead meetings, so I never heard from and rarely saw Peter Molyneux at all during the development of Fable. What upsets me is Peter would never correct journalists and say, 'Oh, that's not my game, that's my satellite studio making that.' I don't think I ever heard him give credit to Big Blue Box or any part of the team that actually made the game. That still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Holy crap, that is rough." Now, that might seem pretty damning, obviously, But it is worth mentioning many others on the team did go on to credit Peter, saying there would be no Fable without him, and how grateful they were to him and how much he inspired the team to create such an incredible game. But it is clear, at the very least, there was definitely some friction there. All in all, I didn't know any of this when I got the game. All I knew was my friend's older brothers were playing it and it looked sick as hell and I wanted it. However, for people who were actually following the game's development, there was obviously a lot of disdain for all the unkept promises, leading many people to just say that Peter Molyneux was nothing more than a scam artist. And I mean, it's not like they didn't have a point here. This was a problem not just with Fable, but also with prior games he had been a part of as well. When talking about the multiplayer mode for 1984's Magic Carpet, he said theoretically you could have up to 60 players linked, but 20 would be more feasible. In the end, the game could barely handle 8. Further in time wasn't much better for his credibility either, with him leading up one of the biggest projects shown off for the Xbox's Kinect, Project Milo.
This is the first time that thousands of people are going to see this.
Thousands of people?
Here we're seeing Claire being recognised, and the emotion in Claire's voice being recognised, and that emotion reflecting in Milo's face. Those are all being seen for the first time.
Yeah, as you can imagine, all of that turned out to be a bunch of scripted BS, and the game was obviously cut because in reality it never even existed. Now, even though Milo was pretty much an out-and-out lie, when it comes to Fable, I'll be honest, I'm kinda split on it. When you really watch Peter and read what many of his other co-workers say about him, he comes across more as a man who simply lives with his head in the clouds, someone who's always thinking about what could be but never remembering what is, someone who simply tries to push developers to really shoot for the stars without fully realizing all the negatives of what he's asking of them. That by shooting for these insane features, it takes much needed time from the foundation of the game. In an interview, Peter tried to defend himself slightly by saying, "I always say, this game is going to be the greatest game of all time, because I believe that's how you should approach game development. If you say to the team, let's go make a good game, that's not enough. So do I regret these things? Yes. Should I never do them again? Should I never be passionate again? In a lot of senses, I'm the worst PR person in the world, because all I do is I just sit there and I just get unbelievably passionate about what I'm showing off because I love it so much. And I just end up saying these things and they come across as promises or features." It might sound kinda strange, but I kinda get where he's coming from. As someone with ADHD, I can sometimes rant and go on and on about all sorts of things, and when leading projects in my professional life, I have unfortunately oversold things before simply because I was so excited about what it was we were working on, forgetting of course that it's better to undersell and overdeliver than the opposite. Obviously though, that could just be me wanting to see the good in someone who might actually be kind of a scam artist. I don't know. Maybe I'm just giving him way too much leniency here. Fortunately for Fable, despite overpromising on so many features, the game was still a massive success and was fun enough that even the people who felt lied to still were able to lose themselves in the wonderful world of Albion. And you know what? I think it's past time we do the same. So let's boot up the game and see why it is that Fable is still so fondly remembered over 20 years later. Okay, I obviously had to start with this. This is literally the first thing of Fable you see before starting the game, and if this didn't get you hyped as hell to play back in the day, then what's wrong with you, alright? It is just awesome. I should also point out, the main theme here was actually made by the musical genius Danny Elfman. Elfman is of course the mind behind so many amazing TV and movie soundtracks such as the Simpson theme, the Tim Burton Batman movies, the best Spider-Man movies, Nightmare Before Christmas, Men in Black, and just so much more. The fact they got him to compose the theme for this gamble of a game is pretty crazy, and my god did he just knock it out of the park here. The theme just captures so much of the game's spirit. It starts with that slow build, the same as you starting off as a kid, and then reaches that first high point like when you first become a hero, then turns darker, showing off the of course darker themes and areas you'll find along the journey. Then the drums come in as the action reaches a climax, with an ending that feels both epic but slightly unsure, not knowing whether you'll choose the good or evil path in the end. Obviously, I could just be looking way too into it, but there is a reason why this track plays during so many of the big moments in the game. It pretty much hits all the emotional points of the story quite well, and has always been on my top 10 list for favorite video game tracks. Now, the rest of the music for the game was made by Russell Shaw, who just does an amazing job at capturing the world of Albion. Oakvale is not Oakvale without his music, neither is Knothole Glades or the Great Woods. Everywhere in the game gives off a fantastic atmosphere, in big part because of Russell Shaw's amazing work here. Some games use music just to have in the background so you don't feel bored, but the best composers create tracks that embed themselves into the game, where one cannot exist without the other. Fable without Russell Shaw would be like Halo without Marty O'Donnell. It would feel empty and just kind of unnerving. But enough of me rambling on and on about music. Let's create a profile and start this game up for real.
Deep in the forest of Albion lay the small town of Oakvale, unchanged by time and untouched by the sword.
So I have to say, I really do love the way these scenes have been implemented. Throughout the game, every time a major story element is introduced, it switches to these fresco paintings with the hero guildmaster narrating the events while the fantastic music plays in the background. It's a pretty unique way of handling the main story cutscenes of the game. Now, I might be misremembering some of this, but I could have sworn back during the Fable 2 interviews, Peter Molyneux at one point mentioned that he didn't really like how most cutscenes were typically done and found them quite boring. I couldn't really find the quote, so again, I might be misremembering this. However, if that's true, it would explain why these paintings take part for the larger emotional moments. It's kind of an artsy thing to do, but they pull it off quite well. Okay, so elephant out of the way early here. You have probably already noticed that all my footage is from the original version of the game instead of the anniversary version that came out in 2014. The anniversary version is far more accessible and includes modern controls for the game and a much cleaner UI, but unfortunately it fails in one major regard.
Oh my god, what's wrong with your face?
So I'm just gonna say it, I think the anniversary version of this game looks terrible. I mean, the environmental elements like buildings, crates, trees, they all look fine, but the people, dear Avo, what did they do to this young lad? I mean, it's just so uncomfortable looking. Plus, on top of that, the whole game looks so muted. Part of what gave the game that Grimm's fairy tale feeling was the contrasting environments and themes. Oakvale is supposed to be the quintessential bright and happy village, which makes what happens later so terrible, while anniversary graphics feel too grounded, which kinda takes away from that charming atmosphere of most of the game. Hell, in some cases it changes the overall mood of certain scenes altogether. Like this scene of you graduating as a hero. We'll get to the guild later, but just look at the difference here between these scenes. The original here has this bluish tint, which is what you would typically associate with good/holy vibes, and complements the magical elements quite well due to magical characters having that bluish glow across their body. Overall, it's a perfectly fine choice. While in the anniversary version, they replace it with this reddish tint that completely changes the entire atmosphere of the scene. And these strange decisions are just all over the anniversary version of the game. I mean, it would be like if they remastered episode 4 and gave Darth Vader a blue lightsaber and Obi-Wan a red one. It's just chaos. I'm sure that those of you who have actually studied color theory before would know how different shades of lighting affects our emotions when viewing a work of art, and would clearly see how changes like these completely alter the feeling someone would have while playing through the anniversary version versus the original. I mean, I'm sorry, but this ain't Albion. With that said, the anniversary version is again far more accessible to most people, and I would rather someone play that version than of course never playing Fable at all. However, if you have a PC, just buy the original Lost Chapters. It can run at 1080p, you can mod it how you like, and despite this being my first time playing the game on PC instead of Xbox, I thought the controls really weren't that bad once I got used to them. Now, back to the main game here. We start off as a child, simply daydreaming until our father reminds us we need to get our sister a birthday present, and tells us he'll give us some gold for doing good deeds across town. Such a good father, encouraging us not only to remember obligations to the family, but rewarding good behavior as well. I sure hope nothing bad ever happens to him. This beginning section of the game serves as the tutorial showing us how we can talk and engage with people around us. It also serves to teach us how morality works. A lot of the quests given in the game will allow us to decide on an evil way or good way of proceeding, and here we get to mess around with quite a bit of that. Now, talking with this trader, he tells us he has some delicious candy for only 3 gold coins. I don't know why, but this dude always seemed just kinda creepy to me, even as a kid. Just always seemed a little too interested in giving us some candy.
Some little girl I saw said you have a sister, and it's her birthday.
As we look around town for stuff to do, we come across a man having some extramarital affairs behind some houses, and oh boy, is he not shy about it.
My wife's at home with our little ones, and I'm supposed to be working. But a man should be entitled to do what he likes, don't you think?
Yeah. You can of course take his gold and not tell his wife, or tell his wife and get some gold from Pops. As a married man myself, I think it's pretty clear what we'll be choosing here.
I'm gonna turn him into Balverine food.
Little extra tidbit here, you could actually take his gold and tell his wife and get 2 gold pieces. Now here there's obviously no reason to worry over just 1 gold piece. However, throughout the game there are a few quests you can do the same thing for far more gold. Not that running out is really ever much of a problem here. A few of the other objectives here are stuff like helping a little girl find her dolly, going Mike Tyson on some bully, and helping a dude watch his barn while he answers a call of nature. I sorta did a bad deed on that one, but it was not my fault. You see, this toddler came up and called us a lemon for not wanting to break the crates in the barn.
Are you just gonna stand there like a lemon?
So yeah, we couldn't just let that one slide, so we gave him a good pop in the mouth. I mean, come on, we shouldn't get an evil point for that one. The little brat wanted to break this dude's crates. He needed a good pop to set him straight. I mean, I swear, this is exactly why the youth are crazy these days.
Look, there's a little swine, I'm going after him. Right, got you, you little ruffian.
Ah crap, here comes the fuzz. So yeah, if you do bad deeds, the guards will inform you that if you were an adult, you'll be forced to pay a fine for your crimes committed in town. Also, the townsfolk will make comments as you walk by in regards to your morality at this point, showing off their AI's ability to react to your decisions. If you're good, they'll say what a good young man you are. If you're evil, they'll say how you're pretty much just a black mark on the town. And if, like in this playthrough, you're technically mixed, they'll just kinda say how they really aren't too sure about you.
You never can tell with that kid.
I will point out that in this playthrough, we will mainly be doing a good playthrough because, well, I'm a good boy at heart. However, for some of the more important decisions in the game, I do have an evil son of a bitch ready so we can better talk about some of the changes that it causes. Now that we have the money, we should go and get the chocolates. But before we do that, we first need to do our brotherly duty and look through our sister's diary. Harvest, day 18. I had the nightmare again last night. There's a big room, and right in the middle of it, there's a big swooshing light that feels like it's going to suck me in. I still couldn't see what was in the middle of it. I don't think I ever want to. Well, sis, do I got some news for you.
Hello, little brother. I hope you haven't forgotten what day it is, like you did last year. I'm sorry if I woke you up last night. It was another of those dreams. I was standing in this field when something happened, but I can't remember what. Never mind that, though. I'm still waiting for my present. I knew you were going to bring me chocolates. It's just like my dream.
Well, that's not a good sign.
Let's go home. Mother will be back for my party any minute now. Wait, there's something wrong.
Bandits!
It's really happening. They're here. You've got to hide.
Got one!
Evil had come to Oakvale. Bandits wielding torches and steel, slaying and burning all in their path. Blood-red flames lit the night as the villagers screamed and begged for mercy, and soon their bodies filled the streets. Then the raiders, reached the last house where the boy and his family lived. It was them they had slaughtered so many to find. The father fought to protect his kin, but he was no warrior and fell mortally wounded. The bandits ripped the house apart, but could not find the boy. Through torture and threats, his mother and sister remained silent, and their furious attackers took them both. From the nearby woods, the boy watched as all he knew was taken away. His whole life was crushed to ashes. He was alone.
Okay, again, I love this style of doing cutscenes. I mean, it really gets you in the mood they're trying to set, which would be very difficult had they used these standard cutscenes because of the technical limitations of the game. Also, I just want to point out how insane this was to see as a kid. I mean, being 11, I didn't realize how dark Fable would sometimes get, and I have no idea how I got my parents to actually buy it for me. Okay, so this past weekend, I was actually visiting my parents, and while talking with my mom, she actually remembers getting me this game, and she said she thought that with a name like Fable, it couldn't really be that bad. At least no worse than Half-Life or Halo, which I played a ton of. Needless to say, she was a little shocked when I began to describe some of the scenes in the game. And I mean, this is already pretty dark, and it's just in the intro here. I mean, just think of all the people we just met and how all the screams in the distance are probably them right now. At least on a positive note, Lemon Boy probably got what was coming to him, but you know, everyone else, that's just sad. Eventually, we come across our father's dead body outside our house and are nearly killed as well until a mysterious man saves us.
We must leave. It's not safe here. They're all dead. You don't want to join them, do you? Then give me your hand.
You know, a lot of games don't really show vomit these days.
Come on. Save your energy, boy. It's not me you want to fight. You might not realize it, but I just saved your life. There's nothing left for you in Oakvale, and if you'd stayed, you'd be as dead as the rest of them. Come with me. My name is Maze, and I'm the head of the Guild of Heroes. You must have heard of it. You'll find nowhere safer in all of Albion, nor a better place to call your home. And if it's vengeance you want, you'll need the training only we can offer. Here we are. I'll introduce you to the Guildmaster. He'll be your guide from now on. I have a new student for you. Put him in the dorm upstairs, with the girl.
You don't look much like hero material to me, but Maze knows what he's doing, I suppose. Well, follow me then. You'll be sharing this room with Whisper, one of our brightest young pupils. She's playing in the woods right now, but you'll meet her in the morning. For now, you should get some sleep. Your training starts tomorrow.
Man, no one gives a shit about your mental health here. Just, your family's dead, boyo, better get over it and make something of yourself. I mean, talk about tough love.
It's time to wake up. You must be my roommate. Shorter than I expected.
Okay, real quick, we should probably point out the cast here, because given how much dialogue is in this game, the actors deserve some serious credit for what they managed to pull off. Starting with Maze, he is played by Peter Dixon, who outside the Fable games doesn't really have any outstanding roles to be honest. I mean, he was Voldemort in the Harry Potter for Kinect game, I guess, but strange enough, not much of note, which is a shame because he sounds great as Maze. Plus, his range here is fantastic. I never knew before making this video that he is also the voice for some of the guards, a few of the bandits, the chicken kicker, yes that's a real thing, as well as many more. I mean, again, I have played through this game countless times and I just never realized that all these people are voiced by the same guy, so just amazing job here. The Guildmaster is voiced by Hugo Myatt, who again doesn't have much on his resume, but does a fine job as the Guildmaster / narrator for the game. And of course we have Whisper here, voiced by Melissa Lloyd, who also voices a couple of the other side characters in the game as well. Actually, a lot of the voices in the game are only done by about a handful of people who just really have some amazing talent to make them all sound very unique. And we'll talk more about some of the characters as well as their actors as they come up in the story. However, for now, why don't we go ahead and get on to the training. As we arrive at the training grounds, we learn the basics of combat and experience points. Basically, as we play, enemies will drop these XP orbs that we can spend on upgrading our physical stats such as health, toughness, and strength, or our skill stats such as speed, accuracy, or guile, or on just a slew of all sorts of spells that can absolutely break the game in terms of difficulty. And I mean it. This is one of those types of games where the only real challenges you face are ones you pretty much impose on yourself, like choosing to only use weak weapons, or trying to never get knocked down, or maybe doing an all magic run. Overall, the difficulty here is kind of a joke if you know what you're doing. Yet, despite me normally hating when games do this, here it remains so much fun, all because of the different things you can mess around with, as well as just how entertaining the world is in general. I should also point out that as we fight, we'll also get style XP points as well. So hit someone with a sword and you'll get physical points that can only be spent in that category. Using the bow will get you skill points, and magic will get you will points. Willpower is their way of saying magic here, by the way. Peter Molyneux might have been wrong about swinging a heavy sword will make you stronger, but the base concept of that idea is here with these specialized XP points. Now back to the training, since we're only a child, they only see fit to give us a stick to beat up on dummies. And after we're done with that, the Guildmaster tells us to go in the woods and smash some beetles that are infesting it.
Those beetles can be a damn nuisance. Here, I think you've earned yourself some pocket money for that.
Afterwards, we can choose to run around the grounds and explore a bit, or proceed further in time to continue on with our training. If we decide to run around, we can do things like find apples for a woman so she can make a pie, or have a race with some apprentices. This is also where we can see the first changes that the Lost Chapters adds by going up to Maze's tower, where we see him talking with the mummy man himself, Scythe.
The journey's length is of no consequence. The Oracle must be protected.
How can you be so sure? We might need you here. Who knows what battles we might face?
The signs are too strong to ignore, and the northern wastes have been too long isolated from the guild. There is much I may learn there.
Well, I hope nobody thinks you're running away from a fight, trying to cheat death again. You know how people talk.
Talk is of no matter to me. May death close his eyes to you, Maze.
What are you waiting for? Come in. That was Scythe. He was a great hero once, back when he had flesh on his bones and blood in his veins. He's just a shell now. What does he know of the choices we have to make, of what it takes to get things done?
Now, Scythe has a pretty crazy backstory, but we'll get to him much, much later. For now, let's talk to the Guildmaster and continue on with our training.
The guild was now the boy's life. The memory of the Oakvale flames still scorched his mind, but soon he had no thought other than training, and he became stronger and more agile with every passing year. His days were filled with grueling exercises, the nights with study in the library. Finally, he was ready to become a guild apprentice, just as Maze had foreseen. The real training was about to begin.
Get out of bed, lazy bones. We were supposed to meet the Guildmaster on the other side of the river, but that was an hour ago. We better get going. Race you there.
So after the years have passed, we can finally start to learn proper combat. And this first portion we learn is of course melee combat while facing Whisper. The melee combat is relatively simple, with you blocking, attacking, rolling, standard fare. But we can also perform a flourish attack, which can break right through guards, though we aren't actually supposed to know about this just yet. A flourish attack comes about if your combat multiplier gets to a certain point, or if an enemy blocks a standard attack. If you land your flourish attack, you can keep using it, but if you miss or someone hits you, you end up losing it. It's a neat function, and it's kinda nice that the game rewards repeat playthroughs by letting you use it well before anyone ever tells you about it. Dear Avo, look at that big dude just walking over here with that Conor McGregor swagger.
Ah, hello, Thunder. Come to check on your sister's progress, have you?
You could say that. Whisper told me you've got her training with some fanboy.
So this asshole here is Thunder, the big brother to Whisper. He's voiced by Carlin McFarlane, who, like most of the cast, performs multiple roles throughout the game. He's one of the guild's greatest heroes and always talks about how at one point he was the grand champion of the arena. By the way, all RPGs need an arena, it's a must. But after watching us spar a bit, he mostly just berates Whisper for getting her ass beat and walks on off.
That's all wrong, Whisper. You need to practice more. Shame you couldn't see me fight in the arena. You might have learned a thing or two. Keep training if you want to go there yourself one day.
Don't worry, we'll still see plenty of him as the game goes on. Next, we move on to archery, which is simple enough. Though you can select and lock on to specific enemies, the bow will slightly auto-lock onto them as well. Plus, if you want more accuracy, you can actually manually aim and zoom in. Like the melee, it's pretty simple but effective controls. I will say, don't go too crazy here when trying to get a high score, because there is an archery contest later in the game, and whatever you score here will be set as the high score to beat later on. Last but not least, we have willpower, or spells. We start with lightning and are simply told to hit a bunch of dummies with it. Like I said earlier, magic here is completely broken, with spells that can actually slow time, do multi-strikes, crazy area effect spells, multi-arrow, making yourself invulnerable. It's pretty crazy how much there is to play around with. In this playthrough, we went with more of the effective spells, but playing through the game with something silly like summoning allies or using ghost swords or just any of the other nonsense spells is a lot of fun too.
You have learnt the 3 hero disciplines. We can now move on to your final test if you're ready. Or you can spend some more time exploring the guild. I believe Whisper is about to go into the guild woods if you wish to join her.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'll go play with Whisper. Why not? Ah, damn it, I hit the wrong button. No, I don't want to be a man yet. Please let me be a kid again, damn it. Okay, so I had to reset it, but we're good now. As you just saw, you can skip ahead and just go straight to being an adult. But if you decide to walk around a bit, there are a few things you can do before growing up. You can do all the things I mentioned before if you haven't already, but you can also go back to the training grounds and actually retake the exams and try to get a higher grade in order to get better loot. Redo the melee training without being hit and you'll get a new katana. Getting a good score with the bow will get you a crossbow, though to be honest, I think most of the crossbows are actually far worse than the regular ones. They have more power, but they just take too long to reload and I don't know, I just don't like using them. The will test gives you, as you would expect, potions, one of them being a resurrection file. You can hold 9 of them at a time and they automatically get used if you run out of health. So if you thought this game wasn't easy enough, well, there you go. I really think throughout this entire playthrough we didn't use a single one actually. I'll have to pay attention while editing to see if that actually remains true. Oh look, it's a guy who wants us to kill all the sparrows around the guild. You know, I'm not sure, but if I remember my history, I don't think killing sparrows typically ends very well. After helping create the next great famine, we can take some time to go into the woods with Whisper and finally get some action.
Wait. Did you hear that? It's coming from over there. Bandits. If only we could get across that stream. I know. Why don't you use your bow? Or some of that lightning the guildmaster taught you? I'll heal you if you get hurt.
Okay, these guys have to be some of the dumbest bandits ever, hanging around the Heroes Guild of all places. I mean, at this point, we're just putting them out of their misery, right?
The boy mastered the skills quickly, but there was always more to learn. For years, the guild was his home, his school, and his life. But as time passed, his thoughts returned always to the world outside, the life he had lost, the family that had been torn from him. At last, only the final day of tests remained. Success would mark the end of his training. He would receive the guild seal and be free to forge his own destiny. He would become a hero. Before you graduate, there is one final test you must complete. Enter the guild woods and go to the log at the top of the hill. The test will be revealed to you there. Good luck.
So we are finally about done with the tutorial, and man has it been a long one. However, all things considering, it is a pretty nice world building experience overall. Of course, we still have to do the final test, and here it's just that typical hit me with everything you learn type deal.
You must defeat me, using all you've learned in your years of training. We'll begin with your sword. Hit me, if you can.
As you'd expect, it's easy as hell. We beat Maze, do a little celebration dance, and head on out to become a hero.
Let the apprentices approach. For many years now, you have worked hard to earn yourselves the title of hero. Today, that apprenticeship ends and you go out into the world to do great deeds. Deeds that will bring you the gratitude of thousands, or strike fear into their hearts. These are dark times. The shadows of Albion are stirring, and strange winds are blowing. Your choices, whether they lead you down the path of good or evil, will change the face of the world. Now, take your guild seals and venture forth as heroes.
Okay, so back in the day, that cutscene had me hyped as hell. It was just one of those things where you're thinking, man, this tutorial is just going on for so long, but now we finally get to play the game. Well, sort of. After graduation, the Guildmaster still has to introduce us to how we upgrade our stats here at the guild, as well as shows us the map room where we can pick up all of our quests. The quests are separated into silver and gold. Silver for side missions you can pick up, and gold for the necessary story missions to move the game along. There are also bronze quests that are smaller ones that can be discovered by talking to people in the world. In some cases, once you complete a gold quest, whatever silver quest were there will disappear. It's not the case for every silver quest, but for the purpose of this video to keep things moving and to make sure we don't miss anything, we'll be completing whatever silver quest we can between the main story quest. In the beginning here, we can see a few silver quests that we can't yet pick up because we don't have enough renown. The renown system itself is pretty simple. By doing quests, talking to villagers, and killing enemies, our renown or fame increases. As it grows in level, we can learn new expressions and more easily get people to follow us. Or, of course, fall in love with us. Now, you might be looking at these silver quests here and thinking, ooh, a snow troll attack. Oh boy, that sounds fun. I better go around and farm renown before completing that first story mission so I can make sure I play it. Which, technically, you can run around and farm renown. Nothing is stopping you from heading straight to the nearest city and doing some side stuff. Or even run through some of the higher level areas in the game well before you're ever supposed to farm XP and to kill tougher enemies. However, for some reason, even if you do all of that, these first few silver quests will disappear before you can ever accept them. It's such a shame because the snow troll attack is over in Hook Coast, which we can't really get there until the end of the game, and I just love that area. I think the point of them being here at all is simply to show that there is more to the game as we level up, and that there are other heroes that are also coming by and picking up these quests as well, even though that never actually happens again as the game goes on. Either way, we'll play things as it's supposed to be for now, and go ahead and take up that first quest, defeating the Wasp Queen. As you'd expect for a first quest, this is really just a simple section of you utilizing what you learned in a more pressed environment. You hack your way through Wasp until the big queen shows up, and then you can switch to your bow to take her out. Again, this is how you're supposed to proceed. However, like I said earlier, you can just ignore this quest and run into some higher level areas to go get some hidden items that can easily one-shot the queen if you really want to. But we'll get to some of these secret weapons and exploits later. For now, we slay the Wasp and take in the sight of our adoring fans.
Hey! Hey! Ah! Who's this one?
Ah, the trophies. After each quest, you'll get a trophy that you can actually put in your house or run around with to show everyone to get more renown points. Again, there really isn't much reason to actually go after the renown points, but if it is high enough, more people will start showering you with praise. Or, if you're evil, they'll start to cower before you in fear or even just flee.
Maze is looking for you. He waits for you in the Bowerstone Tavern.
Well, Maze can hold on a minute, because there is a couple things I want to make sure we take care of before we head that way.
Look at you! You smell like rotting rat corpses.
He's a great warrior.
What a repulsive heap of rags.
So yeah, there is a lot of silly quests in this world, and right off the bat outside the guild, there's one where you can help a homeless man who's getting bullied by, well, passing gas on his assailant. Albion is a silly place. Now this right here is a silver key. In total, Lost Chapters has 30 of them hidden all around the world. Some easy to find like this one, and a few that are a little more difficult. They open these silver chests that are also all over Albion, and these chests can have legendary gear or potions in them. So it's definitely worth to keep an eye open to at least try to find some of them.
Oh, now this one looks promising. Oh, hello. You must be the kid Maze is always talking about. Can't imagine what he sees in you. Still, I suppose Maze knows best.
Oh yeah, Briar Rose, a fellow hero of the guild. Throughout the game, we'll have a few opportunities to engage with her if we like. She does start off as kind of a bitch the first couple times we run across her, but she does begin to warm up to us a little bit as we begin to prove ourselves. And she does have that goth punk look going for her, so yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, before we go and talk to Maze, we should probably go ahead and take care of some of the business around the guild. Starting, of course, with the iconic demon doors. These demon doors are a lot like the silver chest and are all over Albion, but instead of keys, we have to solve riddles or challenges in order for them to open up. There are 15 in total, and don't worry, we will be opening every one of them in this video, though a few of them can only be opened by doing certain evil quest lines, so because of that, our evil character will have to deal with them. This one is pretty easy, just saying our path is dark. So all we have to do is turn on our lamp and he opens up, revealing a secret area. This particular one has an elixir of life that can permanently extend our health bar, and also has a few rare books as well as tattoo designs. But the real treat here is the water. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Before we ran back to the guild, we actually saved a crazy fisherman's life, and in return he gave us a rod and reel and entered us into a fishing competition. Either way, fishing is a simple minigame where you mash A until the fish fights back, in which case you must stop or snap the line. You can fish in any body of water, but if you see ripples, that means there is something special for you to catch, like rare potions, silver keys, or even a moonfish that can make it nighttime whenever you eat it. I'm not sure if it's just because of my southern heritage, but I really enjoy fishing in this game. And I like this spot in particular because it's so damn soothing and relaxing, just sitting here in this cozy spot with that music just playing in the background. Oh, and by the way, the demon doors are actually voiced by the same voice actor as Thunder, and he does a really good job with them. After taking a quick stroll through the guild woods before heading out to see Maze, we come across this lovesick guy who met the woman of his dreams out here during a party. Obviously, the party was on the up and up, with it being so close to the guild and all.
I mean, she was a stunner. At least I think she was. But I also thought the trees around us were running around on little chocolate legs, if you see what I mean. Please, take this letter to her in Oakvale. I must know how she feels. The suspense is killing me. Oh, one more thing. Don't try to pass the letter off as your own. I've spent weeks perfecting its sublime poetry.
Alright, we gotta check this letter out. Sublime poetry. Ahem. My heart beats for you, Myra. You set my soul and blood on fire. Your eyes are like two glowing suns, and your bosom like two glorious buns. Oh god, I'm gonna have to try that one on my wife. We'll pocket that letter for now, but I'm sure Maze is tired of waiting for us, so let's head on over to Bowerstone.
Over here. Been enjoying all the attention, have you? Yes, I heard about your encounter with the Wasp Queen. Most of Bowerstone is talking about it, but you shouldn't let that kind of thing go to your head. Anyway, that's not why I called you here. You see, there are dark forces gathering that put your giant insect to shame. Tell me, how much do you remember of the night I took you to the guild? Of the raid on Oakvale? Not much, I wager. A most terrible night. I thought those bandits had killed your whole family, and that you were going to be next. But it seems there may have been another survivor. Your sister. I'm afraid it's only a rumor, and there's no way to be certain yet, but I thought you should know. And for pity's sake, boy, make sure you replace that basic equipment while you're here.
So, as you can imagine, a large portion of the main story will revolve around the Oakvale massacre, and we'll soon learn more about it. But before we move along with that story, why don't we first take a stroll around town? Bowerstone is a nice little city run by a pretty messed up mayor. It's one of the only places we're not actually allowed to carry any of our weapons in, though I'm pretty sure the developers made it that way because this is also one of the only places that has a school with children running around, so yeah, you can see why they would disallow that. The town has a few shops, a tavern, and even a place for us to cut our hair. Obviously, we're going to go with being bald because we all know being bald is awesome, right? Right?
They're saying you killed your own.
Whoa, 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 whoa there, whoa. She nearly just spoiled some serious plot points for us. Let me explain. Unfortunately, the original footage of our first trip to Bowerstone was corrupted, so I had to go in and create a new character and play through the intro to re-record this section. Well, apparently there is a glitch where sometimes the game's AI will remember the last time you played the game regardless what profile it was. Unfortunately, the last time I had played was when getting some footage for the evil route, and because of that, the AI in this new game thought of me as some crazy evil bastard and treated me as such. This actually happened to me also on our main character during my live stream of the game. I had just got done recording Evil Me, so when I loaded into the game as our main character here, the shopkeeper kept running in fear thinking I was going to kill him or something. Why are you running? I haven't done anything to you. Now, the glitch can be fixed just by saving and restarting the game, but it can be a little confusing the first time it happens. Speaking of NPC dialogue, you might also notice a lot of the NPCs will keep calling us the Chicken Chaser.
Chicken chasing. That makes you a true hero.
You see, outside the guild is a man that will actually sell you different titles. So you can be like Aragon and be called the Ranger, or maybe you'll like to go as the Druid, or perhaps even the Mighty Pie Master. It's a pretty fun thing to mess around with and will change how the NPCs address you. Darker sounding names they will speak with hushed fear, and names like the default Chicken Chaser they'll say with a bit of confusion or amusement.
What does Chicken Chaser mean?
Now our hero here forever remembers his small farm town heritage and his fond days running after chickens. So he will continue on with the Chicken Chaser name, remaining a true man of the people. Either way, back to Bowerstone. The city has a few small quests we can actually do, like helping create a potion for a kid who ate some mushrooms and is as high as a kite right now. We go to the local witch who will tell us to look out for 4 blue mushrooms needed to heal the kid. The first 2 can be found pretty quickly, with one being able to be fished out of the water by the Heroes Guild, and the other can be found back at the picnic area by making this crazy lady laugh.
Oh, he's just so much. Here, take these. You like the bunnies?
The rest of the mushrooms are found later on in the game, so we'll just put it on our list to look out for. Near the docks of Bowerstone, we can also find a man who wants to set his beautiful daughter up with a nice young hero, but she's rather picky and only likes men who look a certain way. Fuck it, I've done more embarrassing things than this to get with a girl. So we go off, ruining our perfectly good bald head and looking like this monstrosity. However, all that's fine, because after looking exactly like she requests, we go off to set up our date.
Nice selection of face fungus you have there. But to be honest, I don't give two hoots what you look like, and neither does my daughter. She doesn't even exist. I just like making heroes like you look stupid. Have you seen yourself? You look ridiculous.
You son of a bitch. Come back here, damn it. Alright, now that we've had a clean shave, why don't we go ahead over and pop into the local school. Unfortunately, the teacher here has had his funding cut and wants us to hopefully donate some books to the school so the kids can learn. This might seem kinda silly at first, but I absolutely love this side quest. Mostly because he'll read the books you donate out to the class, and a few of the books in this game can be pretty amusing.
Scarred and dejected, a hero named Ralph stole all of the traders' riches. He made use of their gold and bought romantic gifts for all of the ladies. Can anybody tell me another way to make friends?
Sir! Sir!
Yes?
Tell them you'll smash their teeth in if they won't be friends with you.
No, Billy. Threatening people is not really a good way to make friends with them.
Many other books can give you more insight into the world of Albion, talking about some of the creatures and locations. However, some can even give you slight spoilers for things you'll have to encounter later on throughout the game.
So, the arena was built in Witchwood, to give heroes a permanent stage on which to fight their duels without endangering the audience. But one rule remains unchanged. Should either hero wish it, the final battle between them can be fought to the death.
Overall, donating the books to the teacher is a lot of fun to keep coming back to throughout the game. Nighttime in Bowerstone. I would tell you about some of the things that happen at night, but unfortunately the first rule is I can't talk about it. And the second rule is I can't talk about it. And the third rule is, okay, I think you understand where I'm going with this. There are multiple of these clubs throughout the game, with Bowerstone being the first one you can participate in. It's a simple competition with you just needing to land hits and avoid being hit. Your stats like toughness and strength don't really matter here, because as knockoff Tyler Durden says,
"You might be a powerful hero, but this is a contest of skill. Our punches might not hurt you much, but they still count."
It's a pretty fun thing to do while you're running around town at night, so if you're in a town that has it, you might as well fight. Now, besides the mini quests like these, all the towns actually allow you to buy houses in them. It's pretty cheap to do, and if you don't plan on doing any of the money exploits in the game, then renting out properties is a great way to make some. Before we leave, I should probably point out that Bowerstone is actually pretty unique compared to other towns, in that it actually has a whole district to it that you can't unlock till much later in the game. Though you can glitch your way in there pretty easily by using a trophy and abusing the pause button to confuse the game. There really isn't much of a point to doing it, though I guess you can shop for some higher quality items if you like. For such a relatively simple town layout, there really is a lot to do here if you like. But we should probably go ahead and start heading back to the guild to see what new quests they have lined up for us. So here we see our first good or evil quest choice. There was a time at the guild when they only did good quests, but that leadership was overthrown by the guildmaster, Maze, and Scythe. The guildmaster apparently felt that people should have the right to choose their own destinies, and apparently that now means accepting quests from bandits who ask you to kill and steal from the innocent. So yeah, not sure if that whole choose your own destiny mantra of the guild is really that good of an idea. Just saying. But this time we're given a choice to either defend a farm that has found some old relics on their property, or to aid the bandits in stealing them. Now I will say, one thing that can really irk me about a lot of RPGs is how in many of them, being evil puts you at a disadvantage, while being good gets you everything you need and more. I might be a good player at heart, but do the choices really matter when the evil choice is just utterly stupid 9 times out of 10? What I like to see is an actual temptation to be evil that you have to overcome. Being evil should make a playthrough easier in some ways, whether through more money, better gear, or whatever. And being good should come with some penalties, because that's how the real world works. Being a good person is not always the easy thing to do. To its credit, Fable at least tries to do this by having many of its evil options yield a much higher amount of gold, or include special items, or even whole new experiences that you can't have while being good. Now, is this 250 gold bonus enough to really tempt the noble chicken chaser? No, of course not. But it's nice to see that throughout the game there are plenty of moments where the evil choice is something actually worth considering. In fact, there are a couple of evil things we will 100% be doing because the payoff is just so worth it. For now though, let's pick up the good quest card and head out to protect the farm. Oh wait, I nearly forgot about the boast options. Because of how easy the game can sometimes be, most of the quests will have a boast option where you can stand outside the guild and make wagers on how you plan on doing the quest. You can boast about certain parameters in the quest itself, like here saying I'm not going to allow a single crate to be captured, or you can boast about things like doing it without taking any damage or doing the quest completely naked. It's a fun way to intentionally add challenges on yourself and be awarded extra gold because of it. Now, Orchard Farm is a nice little walk, so why don't we spend it talking about how exploration works here in Fable? Even though Peter Molyneux made a big deal about not liking set paths and instead wanting an open world for Fable, in the end, Fable is a game of set paths. Fortunately, they're pretty enjoyable paths and have plenty of little secrets hidden all around them. Some points will have bandits setting up a toll, or demon doors on the side, or even just really fun combat encounters that change depending on how powerful you are at that point. You'll see traders wandering back and forth who can have special items for you to buy, and they'll even try to fight off bandits and animals along the way. Funny thing is that if you're evil, the traders will actually run in fear before you, making you have to comically chase them down in order to actually buy something. Overall, the pathway system might feel a little railroady at times, but the different environments always keep it pretty enjoyable.
Oh, thank Avo you're here. I thought no one would answer our guild request. I've arranged some more security to back you up, but there are so many bandits that they'll tear my farm apart. I wish we'd never found those damn stones. They brought us nothing but trouble. My wife Jenna won't let them anywhere near the house, so we've left them in some crates in the barn. They must be worth a fortune. They say Lady Grey wants them. I've already lost 3 farmhands in these raids. There must be them now. I better go inside and look after my wife. She's terrified.
So this is a pretty simple quest, with us only needing to kill a few small waves of bandits as they run in. In fact, it's so easy I boasted that we could do the quest completely naked, but then forgot that the magical shield spell actually counts as armor and lost that boast instantly. Either way, after killing some bandits, Whisper shows up saying that she actually took the evil option for the quest because she wants to fight us. And this section here is where we're supposed to learn about the flourish attack. Because of that, this fight is still kind of more like a tutorial fight where you really have to try to lose.
Damn! You beat me again! I suppose this quest is yours then. But you can't stay lucky forever, farm boy.
Damn straight I'm a farm boy, and proud of it.
You did it! I can't tell you how grateful we are. Someone should be round to pick up the...
Man, that dude needs to keep an eye on his wife. Good God.
Can't see why there's been so much fuss about those stones. Be glad to see the back of them myself. Must be worth plenty of money to someone, though. I'll make sure to tell everyone about you. We need heroes like you around.
Hey! So, with Orchard Farm out of the way, let's go and see what the guild has next for us. Oh, will you look at that. Another quest over at Orchard Farm. This time for a hob killing contest against Whisper. Why not? It'll be fun whooping her tail again. But first, I think we need a better weapon, and for that, I know just where to get one.
I need to see your combat multiplier get higher before I swing a jar.
This is the infamous combat multiplier demon door, requiring us to get around a 14 multiplier before he'll open. The combat multiplier is at the top left corner and goes up as you inflict damage on enemies without getting hurt. The higher the multiplier, the more XP you'll get from enemies you kill, and this can also be used to exploit certain potions in the game as well. The Ages of potions increase XP for specific skills, and if you use them as you acquire them, they'll give you a free 1000 XP. And for most of my childhood, that's all I thought they actually did, since the description simply says that they give you XP and nothing more. However, what they really do is give you XP by timesing your combat multiplier by 1000. So if you're just raking up that combat multiplier, you can pop a couple of these bad boys and get a quick 100,000 XP in a particular discipline very quickly. Because of this, it's normally smart to invest in the Protective Shield spell, because that blocks all attacks and helps you run that combat multiplier up even higher. The shield will remain up until your willpower is depleted, making it so if you stay stocked up on will potions, nothing is going to stop you. The only problem with this demon door in particular is that early on here, there really aren't enough enemies around to properly get that combat multiplier high enough for it to open. Because of this, you'll need to run between the cave nearby and back out again to try to level up that multiplier fast enough. But because you lose a huge amount by loading between areas, that could be a major pain in the ass to do. Luckily, there is another spell we can use to exploit the game ever so lightly to make this a lot easier. This is Force Push, and as you can see here, using it on dead enemies for some reason increases our combat multiplier. It's a weird glitch, but does make things a lot easier to get past the demon door to get that sweet prize inside. Ah, the Cutlass Bluetane. It really is one of my favorite weapons in the game and remains very usable all the way up till the end. For reference, our standard sword we start with only does around 30 damage, while Bluetane here does around 165. Plus, it has a couple of weapon augmentations attached to it as well. The weapon augments are different stats you can add to your weapons, such as flame, lightning, silver, all sorts of cool stuff. To be honest, I never really used them too much just because I've always enjoyed using the legendary weapons that come pre-equipped with them already on it. However, if you look at all the different things certain enemies are weak against, you can create some deadly combos when attaching them to some of the base weapons in the game. Like with most things in Fable, understanding all the weapon stats, augments, and enemy weaknesses can add a lot to the experience. Or you can just go green sword go stab and not really care and still have a lot of fun. There is actually a pretty diverse roster of weapons in the game, from great swords to katanas, maces to pickaxes, all sorts of standard axes, and even clubs to choose from. So even though we'll be rocking the one-handed swords through almost all this playthrough, don't think you can't mix it up if you like. Now with our new kick-ass green sword here, why don't we go ahead and help that farm out with their little Hob problem.
Ah, there you are.
About time you showed up. I was going to start without you.
I was just telling your friend here, the whole orchard's overrun with Hobbs.
I could get rid of them myself, but it might be more fun like this. Whoever kills the most Hobbs gets the trophy, right?
I don't care how you do it, just stick 'em before they drink all my scrumpy. The little sods cracked open my crates down by the river at the far end of the path.
Guess that's where we should go. Race you there.
So, like most of the early quests in the game, this one's still pretty straightforward, with us just having to kill more Hobbs than Whisper and we're good. The only problem is that her entire skill set seems to be really based around kill stealing, so it's best to get her distracted with one of the big fellas here and run around mopping up all the weaker ones. If, like me, you end up taking the boast to beat Whisper by more than 10 kills, I would highly recommend using spells like Slow Time and Multi-Strike, cause they really come in handy here. Now, the Hobbs here are a pretty interesting enemy that comes in a few varieties. You have your basic weaklings, a massive red one with a sledgehammer, and they even have a few types that shoot magic. Really, they're pretty much just Fable's version of goblins, except with the dark twist that the first Hobbs were innocent lost children that nymphs captured and mutated into Hobbs. They're not really mindless monsters since they do have their own culture with religion and hierarchies, and they even have their own desires. In fact, there's actually a book you can find about a Hob named Maxley, who wound up killing a trader and stole his clothes and went to Bowerstone all because he wished to be human. It's a nice story, and I'll let the teacher here tell the rest.
There once lived a Hob, and Maxley was his name. He was that rarest of Hobs, one with a brain. Making his bed in a stream wasn't for him. He'd rather live in a village, there among men. One day he decided to travel to town. He slew a great noble and put on his gown. In Bowerstone by all was he complimented, and though short of stature, he stood proud and erected. Goodness me. But Maxley forgot what he was and grunted hello. And when the men heard his voice, all they did know. They called out for guards, who lopped off his head. It stuck on a spike, dumb and ugly and dead. So when you're about to open your mouth, remember Maxley the Hob, for it's better to be thought an idiot than to be killed by a mob.
Now isn't that some great advice to live by?
Well done. You really taught the Hobbs a lesson. They'll think twice before they try stealing from me again.
Not bad. Don't think it'll be easy next time, though. I suppose the trophy is yours, then. For now. I've had enough of this. Maybe the guild has something more interesting for me.
Ah, fuck off, Whisper. You're always such a sore loser. Oh well. While we're here again, we might as well go ahead and look around for a bit of loot. Ah, a treasure clue. The guildmaster informs us here that there are actually 6 of them in total, and if we find them all, we can uncover the secret treasure of Albion. So, we'll keep an eye open for them as well, I guess. Ooh, I wonder if there's any treasure in this grave. Nope, just feel like a grave robbing asshole now. Before we head back over to the guild, we do need to make a quick stop.
I see your sack is heavy today, me lad. Let's take a squint, shall we? Bless my fins, what a beast! Truly a fish worthy of our top prize.
Ah, there we go. One of the best hats in the game. You know, since we've been doing so much with the Hobbs recently, we should probably go ahead and take up one of the more well-remembered side quests in the game, the Hob Cave. So we saw a little of this cave while we were by the combat multiplier demon door, but this time we're going to first stop and visit a cottage of a little old woman who will tell us how her grandson went missing near the area. Now this quest is pretty iconic, however it's not actually because of the quest itself, but instead it's because of how you can actually exploit a game feature here for infinite silver keys. You see, in Fable, if you save your game in the middle of a quest and try to load it, you'll have to actually restart the quest entirely. I figure they thought that losing XP and such might be annoying for some players having to restart, so created a feature where you will still possess everything you got on your quest, even if you had to exit and load back in later. And I think you can imagine where this is going. Because of this genius idea, any item you can find while questing can be farmed infinitely, so long as you save after getting it and then load that save, keeping the item and restarting the quest to go and get it again. The reason why the Hob Cave quest is so well known for this is because the silver key is right here in the first area, meaning it's not very time consuming to farm them. Now, I didn't farm all 30 keys or nothing, but I did enough on stream to prove my point that this save mechanic for questing is rather broken. Onto the Hob Cave itself, we quickly come across a bandit that was unfortunate enough to be captured by the Hobbs. After freeing him, he does offer to help us if we agree to split any of the gold we find in the cave. And being the big old softy I am, we say sure, why not, and have him tag along. Though, to be honest, he can't really do all that much. Oh, look at him. He thinks he's actually helping. It's like watching my son sweep the floors. He's not actually doing anything, but you know what, you just gotta love that ambition. Cool feature about the bandit is that there's actually a silver chest in the cave, and he'll actually point out the fact that there's really no way anyone can get into one of those. If you do have enough keys, not only will he be surprised, but he'll also make a point that we don't actually have to split what's inside that chest, since we earned that loot.
What do you want? You wish to take the child? I will not give him up. The sacrifice must proceed. Provide an alternative human, and I may release him.
So if we like to avoid any violence and head on out of here with the kid, we can actually trade the bandit for him. However, through all the fighting, I actually already named the bandit Steve and became quite attached to him. So like hell I'm giving Steve the bandit over to some damn nymph. Plus, we get more XP if we refuse and kill the nymph instead. By the way, these nymphs are all over the game and come in different varieties that can actually summon different creatures. Normally you'd want to use a bow when dealing with nymphs, but Bluetane is so powerful early on that we might as well just melee her instead.
Didn't want to do it. She made me.
Oh god, I forgot. His voice will actually keep switching between a grown man and a scared child for some reason. I think they might have forgot to record some of the dialogue for the kids and just said, fuck it. By the way, if you don't want to fight through all these enemies, you can always just use slow time and run all the way to the end and your followers will simply teleport up there with you.
Here's where we split up. Hand over my share of the gold and I'll be on my way. 300 should do it. You did get me out after all.
Sure thing, Steve. Happy you made it out alive. Now go use this gold and buy yourself a new axe or something.
You're not going to leave me with her, are you? You think the nymph was bad. My granny is worse. Whose idea did you think it was to go into those caves in the first place? Well, I'm not standing for it much longer. First chance I get, I'm out of here.
So, turns out the granny is actually an evil bitch and has been forcing him to go into the caves to look for treasure. Fortunately, the kid has finally had enough and will be running away to something better.
I have chores for you. Why are you running away? James, I'm speaking to... tall and strong, aren't you?
Oh hell no, I need to get the fuck out of here. So you might have noticed that our dear chicken chaser is starting to look a little different now. We have a nasty claw mark on our face and our beard is already becoming a little bit gray. And that's all due to the body morphing system here in the game. We already talked about how building up certain skills can make us more buff or even taller, but it doesn't just end there. You see, in between some of these quests, I stepped foot into the Darkwoods a little bit early to open up a demon door to get a kick-ass looking dark mage outfit. By the way, this demon door is really simple with you just needing to kill a few waves of Hobbs. Anyway, while I was there, I ran into a Balverine, or just Fable's version of werewolves. They are really cool looking and one of my favorite designs for any of the enemies in the game. But while fighting the beast, our magic shield went down, and he clawed at our hero's face, knocking him to the ground and leaving his mark for the rest of our hero's life. As cool as it might sound that certain attacks can actually scar you while you play, it is worth mentioning that the scars are actually just completely random. In fact, the whole story with the Balverine might not be right at all. It could have just as easily come from a Hob hitting me in the back with a hammer because, yes, blunt weapons to the back can actually generate a scar on your face since, again, the whole system is just random. The only way to avoid scars is either by not getting hit or by using the shield spell. Unfortunately, armor does nothing to prevent scarring, so if you use the shield spell, there really isn't much of a reason to ever worry about it except for looks. Which, the armor in the game can look pretty badass, I'm not gonna lie. Despite the scarring being random, you probably won't notice them for a little bit, and by that point you can pretty much just roleplay how they came about from any of the battles you've had up to that point. As a kid, my first time playing through the game, I had on heavy armor the whole time, so was shocked when I finally removed it all and saw my back, chest, and face just covered in scars. Plus, how much I had aged. Aging in Fable is sorta weird, with your age being tied to how many times you've leveled up. Each time a skill is increased, you age by 0.7 years, and the aging stops around 65 or so when you're all wrinkly and white-haired. Because of this, if you won't before facing a Wasp Queen, you can go around farming XP and exploiting the ages of potions to easily become an old man before ever even starting on the main story. With that said, if you play the game normally, the aging is so minor, you probably won't even notice it till much later, allowing it to feel very natural. You know, even though the technology wasn't entirely there to capture the body morphing that Peter Molyneux envisioned, they did find some impressive workarounds to make it feel like your hero was actually progressing through time as the game went on. And they did it to such an extent that young me was blown away not being able to understand how they managed to change my appearance without me ever even realizing it.
Thank Avo you're here! I thought we were going to die in this hellish place! We have to get to the Barrow Fields at the other end of Darkwood. You lead the way. We'll be right behind you. The sooner we put this forest behind us, the better. There are unnatural things out there.
So we're now back to the main story quest, and this time we have to escort a couple of traders through the Darkwoods. Normally this would probably be your first time being here, but as I mentioned before, you can make this whole trip through these woods anytime you like. Now in most games, escort quests are pretty infuriating, but given how you have spells like heal, there's really never a reason you should fail one here. In fact, strange enough, I kind of enjoy a lot of the escort quest in Fable, mostly because I just really enjoy a lot of the characters' commentary on things happening around them. Pretty early on here, we do run across another trader who is clearly just not having a good time at all.
Ah, help! Something bit me and left me for dead. Please, let me come with you.
We can't let him follow. He's infected. He'll be eating our guts before we know it.
We have sworn a trader oath. We have to help him.
This isn't a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
I can pay well, and there won't be any trouble.
So, obviously, the dude is going to turn into a Balverine, but there's really no reason not to let him come along. Having an extra meat shield protects the main traders, and refusing to bring him makes them transform anyway, so nothing actually changes here other than not hearing his great dialogue.
My father used to tell me about a group of traders who got lost. They ran out of supplies and ended up eating each other.
Keep your stories to yourself, will you?
The Darkwoods route is pretty interesting, with strange exploding mushrooms and dark swamps just filled with bandits. The traders will also talk about different things in the environment, and if you listen closely, they'll even point out that this certain stone just seems a little off. Shooting an arrow at this stone will pop out a silver key, which is always appreciated. About halfway through, we come across a trader camp where they can heal up and you can grab some supplies yourself if you need them. And if this is your first time playing through the game, you might want to pick up a couple things, because coming up to the end here, we have this. This is the mighty Earth Troll, and he appears to be blocking the exit, and he's dead. So yeah, the Earth Trolls are actually one of the few enemies that are actually weak against lightning, which Bluetane has as an augmentation for it. So he goes down really fast here. I do want to point out though, you can actually hit their boulders back at them if you prefer to stay further away, or of course if you just have a weaker weapon still. Either way, we can now make our way out of the forest and... Wait a second. Did we actually keep the third trader alive? I mean, that's crazy. Normally he'll just turn into a Balverine at the end, however apparently if you go fast enough he can actually survive. And I mean he has dialogue here as well, so clearly this isn't some glitch. But I'm gonna be honest here, this is a pretty rare occurrence for me. Ooh look, it's that blue mushroom. We actually need that for that kid in Bowerstone.
Hey, thief, thief! He's taking my mushroom!
Wait, I didn't mean to steal it. I'm sorry. Nah, 750 gold, fine. Whatever. Here you go.
I was going to make a nice pile of gold out of that mushroom. Now I'll never be able to afford that trip to Madame Minch's.
Oh yeah, Madame Minch's.
A hero.
Oh dear lord, I am not sure if I can show that on YouTube or not. Okay, so I might have to edit around some of this section, but this is the Darkwood Bordello, found in the middle of the swamp we just fought our way through. Here, men who are desperate enough can fight their way through the horrors of the Darkwoods themselves, just to come here and get laid. I mean, the Darkwood is a terrible place, so it kinda seems like a lot of work to put in, just to find someone who will put out. But you know what, I'm sure all these men are just well-adjusted, upstanding citizens.
I'm a love machine and I'm ready to plough the field of ecstasy. Oh yeah.
Originally, we were obviously not going to partake in such debauchery. Until that is, we came across a certain demon door behind the bordello.
It's a hard life being a stone door. You know when I last had a physical relationship? No? Try never. So, I've decided to live vicariously. Now, I only open to men of the world. And I'm afraid you haven't even left the house yet.
Well, that's an interesting way of calling us a virgin. Oh well, guess we might as well go ahead and get our cherry popped. Well, hello there.
Me, Mistress Hedwig, your little puny man. Do what Hedwig say.
Ah, just like my first time. So I'll save you the awkwardness of these scenes, but needless to say, whoever you choose will take you upstairs and the scene will fade to black with some interesting dialogue playing.
You no stop until Hedwig say stop.
Now, you can get the demon door to open by simply paying 50 gold to Polly a bunch of times if you really want to. And I mean, who wouldn't? I just look at her.
Go gentle, lads. Not as flexible as I used to be.
Feisty. But I am a completionist at heart, so we of course had to run through the place just a few times. You know, for the video's sake, of course.
Way down the road where the moon don't shine, through twisted trees and the blackened pines, there's a house with a velvet glow and a price for love you may never know. Lady Sophia draped in lace, a noble's touch but a wicked grace, silken whispers soft and fine, but darling pleasure has a spine. Lucrezia's fire burns real slow, a foreign taste you'll crave to know, a tilt of hips, a sultry stare, one night with her you won't play fair. Ooh, welcome to Darkwood, love, where the hearts beat fast and the rules are thin. Ooh, step through the velvet dove, lay your gold, let the night begin. Whip sing soft and sweet for those who crawl, for those who plead. Leather hands and iron will, you beg for more, and she loves the thrill. Amelia's laugh is warm and bright, like the girl you dreamed of late at night. Soft and sweet with lips so kind, but don't be fooled, she'll take her time. And pretty Polly, wise and bold, knows all the tricks, her touch is gold. She's seen it all, she'll teach you well. One final kiss and you're under her spell. Ooh, welcome to Darkwood, love, where the candles burn and the stories grow old. Ooh, you came for a pleasure, dove, but you might just stay till your soul is sold.
I only have one question before I let you through. What's it like?
Ah, perfect. Now we can finally unlock the legendary helm guarded by the door. The Pimp Hat. Strange enough, it does give us a plus 20 in attractiveness. Not that we need any help in that department, of course. So the bordello is more than just a place to mess around in. There's actually a full quest here involving the tyrannical owner, Mr. Grope. I'm sorry, Mr. Grope. He also warns us that the madam has been trying to steal the deed from this place away from him, which is kind of an odd thing to tell your customers, but oh well. If we go and actually talk to the madam, she tells us that Grope typically falls asleep whenever he takes up one of the girls, and after passing out, actually whispers secrets in his sleep. So she feels he might actually reveal the location of the deed by accident if we can find some way to get him to fall asleep. Now obviously we're not one of the girls, so we have to find a different way to get him to pass out. And what better way to get a man to pass out than beer?
Absolutely.
6? Mighty Avo, I don't feel too well. I think I'm heading upstairs for a nap, my good sir.
Oh, it's you, boss. Everything all right?
I think I've had a few too many.
Better get you to bed. Sleep it off. Can you manage him, hero? All right then, in you go.
You can steal the bordello from under my nose, do? Oh no, I'll think of looking for them there. I'm under the old tree down by the lake.
Thank Avo I don't talk in my sleep like that. Lord only knows what I would say. Either way, we go and dig up the deed and head back to Grope to look at him and say, ha ha ha, look what we got.
What? Huh? How did you find it? It was perfectly hidden. This place meant everything to me, and now you've ruined it. Why, if you weren't quite such an imposing hero, I'd show you a thing or two. Well, I hope it rots and drops off.
And there you have it. The great chicken chaser of Albion owns a whorehouse. And if you want, you can now come by and pick up money from the place, similar to how you can pick up rent from houses that you own. And of course, you can now go in and have any woman you like now for free. However, after talking with the madam, she does inform us that the girls would much rather turn this place into a woman's refuge, which I'm just going to say right now is a terrible idea. And before you think, what the hell is wrong with you, BBQ? Just hear me out here. Morally, it is a good thing to do. However, this place is in the middle of fucking Darkwood. Meaning, if a woman wants to leave her abusive husband, she'll have to get past groups of bandits, earth trolls, avoid being captured by Hobbs and eaten by Balverienes just to get here. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure an earth troll is gonna smack them around a lot harder than their husband is. And that's kind of the problem with the bordello, it's in a bad location. Now, you might be saying, well, where else would it go? And you know what? I'm glad you asked, fictional commenter. Now, before I mention that Bowerstone has an upscale area called Bowerstone North that you get access to in the late game. Now, I'm not saying this right here is where it would be appropriate to put a whorehouse, even if the mayor dresses like she belongs in one. However, outside the city's north entrance is an area that is very underutilized. In the late game, there is really far less to do compared to the early game, so placing the bordello outside the city in one of these areas that you normally would pay no mind to would add some much needed content to that point in the game. I mean, besides a few quests in this area of the world, it is terribly underutilized, so it would make far more sense for the bordello story as well as just for the flow of gameplay in general. Fortunately for these women, I will not dissect this any further, and capitulate and turn over the deed to them, netting us some nice good guy points. Which is good, because we are about to lose a lot of them. Outside the trader camp in Darkwood, there's this evil chapel called the Chapel of Skorm. Skorm is pretty much the devil to the people of Albion, with Avo being God. With that said, technically we can find out later on that these are actually false gods with no real power. Instead, the sites of these temples are simply will energy points, with the Chapel of Skorm sitting on an evil one, corrupting all of those who enter. The idea is kinda similar to the Force Nexus points in Star Wars. Even if in this world the gods themselves aren't real, the power here very much is, and if you like, you're able to bring innocents here to sacrifice them to a hellish void where they'll be tortured for all eternity. Making sacrifices will reward you with great amounts of evil. So why would our hero, who is such a good boy, ever come here of all places? Well, you see, this place also contains the strongest bow in the game, the Bow of Skorm. It is a massive bow that can one-shot some of the strongest enemies in the game. Unfortunately, trying to get this bow can be a massive pain in the ass. Every time you sacrifice an innocent, the dice will get rolled behind the code to determine how many evil points you get. If a sacrifice nets above a certain amount, you'll receive the bow. If not, you'll simply get more evil points and that's it. As a kid, this took me forever to do. I mean, I was bringing in everyone I could find and still rarely having it work. Luckily, thanks to the internet, many people have actually found some of the triggers to get a higher evil score for a sacrifice. First off, be good up until this point. because corrupting the good is more exciting to Skorm than rewarding those who are already evil. Next is who to sacrifice. Now you could protect a convoy of innocents and lead them all to their death. Or, better yet, you can just hire some mercenaries instead. In total, there are 4 mercenaries throughout the entirety of the game. However, at this point, we simply have access to 2. One in Bowerstone and one in Oakvale. The alignment of the follower really doesn't matter, so you might as well just go ahead and hire them both and bring them both over to the temple at the same time. Now, a good part about using these mercenaries instead is that normally you can only quick travel to these cullis gates that are at set areas of the map. However, you can quick travel to wherever you've just been, meaning you can teleport out of the chapel to Bowerstone, hire the mercenary, and then teleport right back, saving a lot of time. Also, don't worry about losing anything by sacrificing these guys, because after they die, they actually just respawn back in their respective towns after just a few days, so really you don't lose anything at all here. So you've been good up to this point and you've found some sacrifices. But now we need to talk about time, because time does have an effect here, and as you might guess, the best time to sacrifice is of course midnight. Now if you've been a good old southern boy and done your fishing, you probably have a few moonfish by this point, and if so, you can actually use them to instantly make it nighttime, saving you some hassle. You can tell if it's midnight by looking at your sundial in the top corner of the screen. Once it reaches the top, your mercenaries will take their pay, and that's your cue to go ahead and start sacrificing. This can of course take a few tries, but after a few reloads, we now have one of the most powerful weapons in the game, if not the most powerful. And you know what? We did it while obtaining very little evil points compared to how much we would have got if we just kept randomly sacrificing until we got it. By the way, because you can come here before even fighting the Wasp Queen, you can actually obtain this at the very beginning of the game if you really want to, which is pretty insane. All in all, the Bow of Skorm is again one of the most powerful weapons in all of Fable, and because of that, it will be our main ranged weapon throughout the entirety of the game. So we are finally back in Oakvale, which has actually recovered quite nicely. We even get to meet some familiar faces while we're here.
Hello, I remember you. We thought you died in that awful bandit raid all those years ago. So where have you been all this time? You do remember me, don't you? I was looking for Rosie, my teddy bear, just before the raid. After that day, my parents moved to Bowerstone, but I never really liked it there. Are you alright? I think I lost you there for a second. Anyway, I have to go now, but it was great to see you again. Bye!
It's nice to see that someone else survived the raid and not just us. Actually, not only did she survive the raid, but she even went on to write a book about it that you can find and even donate to the school to scar all the children with.
Today we'll be reading from the Oakvale Raid. Some of you may find what you're about to hear disturbing. I was playing with my teddy bear Rosie when the bandits attacked. The kind boy from up the road had just rescued her from my brother. I didn't know then I would never see them again. It was the screaming that told me they were coming, and I hid under an old cart. From there, I saw the bandits kill all my friends and burn everything I called home. I wanted to help them, but I was so scared I couldn't move. Maybe we should finish this book some other time. In 10, 15 years, perhaps?
Nah, they gotta hear what happened. Callous their minds while they're still young. Now before we go and explore Oakvale 2 Bandit Boogaloo, Maze is here and he has some very important information for us.
I'm afraid I've heard nothing more of your sister, and there's little else I can do. There is hope yet, though. A blind seeress lives among Twinblade's bandit clan. She may be able to tell you about your sister.
Why did the music just stop? This feels kind of awkward now.
The seeress stands next to the bandit king himself, And it's no coincidence the bandits have been doing so well lately. Have you heard of Twinblade? He was a hero once. Yes, giant of a man. He had little patience for the guild, though. He left, and brought together a dozen bandit factions. I always suspected he was behind the attack on your home. This could be your chance for revenge.
They killed your family, now go and kill them back. I dig it. Some good old righteous anger and eye for an eye justice. Let's go. But first, let's go ahead and take a walk around the new and improved Oakvale and see how things have been, shall we? As you can already tell, the village has now expanded with a nice looking dock to fish off of, and now has a whole new section off to the right of the town. They've also even added a cemetery for many of the victims of the Oakvale massacre. Some of the headstones will have funny things on it like "You're standing on my head" or "Anyone want to swap places?" While others are people who we might remember, like a grave for the trader who sold us chocolates, or a grave for the couple who had the affair with the tombstones of the wife saying "died before the divorce was finalized," and the husband's grave saying "cheated on his wife and paid the price." There's also a statue here that's actually of our father, which leads me to believe he must have put up one hell of a fight before he died to earn that. If you actually take the time to look through all the headstones, you can even come across a couple of Easter eggs with graves for the creators Simon and Dean Carter, with one of them saying "gave his life so Albion may live," and the other saying "ever unconvinced there is life before death." Later on in the Lost Chapters portion of the game, you can even find a grave for Ian Lovett, the co-founder of Big Block Studio, as well as the art director and world designer for the game, with his grave simply saying "Albion is beautiful," a statement that is so very true. Great job, Ian. Now, with the rest of Oakvale, there are a few things we can do around town. We can go and buy our old family house, which is always nice to do, and if we want, we can actually renovate it and make it even nicer. But the real fun here is talking to this man in particular.
Oh, a hero! I could really use your help, sir. I run a harmless little chicken contest down on the beach, but I'm having a bit of ghost trouble. Some deceased chicken fancier, no doubt.
Oh no, not a chicken fancier. We're on it.
At long last, a kind soul who doesn't flee at the sight of me.
Oh my god, I can see his eyes through the back of his head.
Many years. Could it be that you be sent by the gods to lift me from my fierce torment? My spirit dwells at the bottom of the sea. And my poor wife is left destitute and alone. She thinks I was but a simple fisherman and still be somewhere lost at sea. It may shock you to learn, dear friend, that I had a small side business in piracy.
Arr, you don't say, arr. So if we want to help, we'll have to dig up his treasure and give it to his widow. His widow is quite gullible, by the way, and accepts our made-up story about how he obtained his money without any question.
You say he saved it up by taking tourists out on his boat? Yes, I do remember seeing him take people on board. Well, they looked like bandits from a distance. Isn't that silly? I knew he really cared for me. He was such a good, honest man. Thank you so much. I will still pray to see him return safe one day. Right after I've done some shopping.
After we tell the pirate we delivered the gold, he not only leaves, but also tells us where we can find another treasure in the cemetery. Under the statue of Pa, we find an obsidian axe and a silver key. By this point with Bluetane, the obsidian axe is pretty much worthless, but a silver key is always appreciated. Now, we'll still have to wait a day or two for the chicken kicker to get his event all set up, so let's stick around town for a bit. Oh, would you look at that, it's nighttime, and you know what that means. That's right, Tower Durden has been hard at work setting up chapters all across Albion. This is only the second level of the Fight Club, so it's still very easy to get through, but it is needed before we can move on to the higher levels. Hey, wait a minute, who are you?
Do you think I'm pretty? I met this man at a party in the Guild Woods who says I am.
Oh yeah, you're the woman who I need to give the letter to from that druggie. We can claim that the letter is ours, but we have so many women fawning over us at this point in the game, we really don't need to add any more to it. So instead, we'll be honest and tell her who the letter is actually from.
Leave it. He really does love me. He says my eyes are like two glowing suns. I have to let him know I feel the same. Please, could you take this to him? Oh, I can't wait to tell Fiona about this.
And now we just have to remember to take her response letter back over to him.
Ah, welcome, sir, welcome. Might you be interested in a fine new sport? I call it chicken kicking. Invented it myself.
Alright, it looks like the chicken kicker has everything set up, which means it is time for us to show everyone why we are the famous chicken chaser of Oakvale. Cue that montage.
Holy moly, I thought chickens couldn't fly. Maybe I haven't been feeding them enough lead. Fair is fair, though. I salute your chicken kicking abilities. Here's the chicken hat!
So now we have the iconic chicken hat. Don't worry, we're not going to go through the whole game like this. You know, irritatingly, he has a silver key for a second place prize, and you would think you'd get all the items for getting first place, but no. You have to actually score the second tier in order to get the silver key, no more. Now, there's obviously a couple more things we could probably do around town, but why don't we go ahead and move this story forward a bit and pay a visit to the bandit king himself, Twinblade.
You'll need to sneak past those bandits to reach their camp. If any of them see you, they'll raise the alarm and lock the gate. And if that happens, you must stay hidden for a short time before the gates reopen.
Okay, this sneaking section is just stupid. The sneaking mechanic in the game does not work well at all, and since this is the only time it's ever actually needed for any of the main quests, there really isn't any reason to ever try and get good at it. So instead of worrying all about that, we're going to take a different route. First, we just need to kill all the guards out here and hide behind this rock. Eventually, they'll try to send out some more guards to take their places. Luckily, they can't seem to spot you in this location, which allows you to just sprint right past them. I know some people out there are going to say this is cheesing the game or something, but this is how I got past it as a kid, and I have yet to find a better solution here.
Here, you heard what happened to Stern?
No. What did the idiot do this time?
He only lost his bloody cap in a raid. Was a week before he could get back into the camp.
Yeah, you can't get in unless you're in full gear these days.
If you ask me, old Twinblade's getting a bit jumpy. Don't know what's got into him. Hey, who's that?
Man, this is some game logic at its best. Tell me exactly what I have to do to get in, and who cares if it makes any sense at all? I mean, instead of running up the hill, slaughtering everyone in my path as I open one chest at a time to find all the pieces of bandit gear, why don't I just take the armor off their corpses? I don't know, I'm just saying. Fortunately, this little walkway up to the camp does at least have another demon door for us to meet.
Huh? Oh, you're not one of them, are you? My eyesight's not what it used to be.
So this is a pretty interesting door, with us needing to wear gold plate armor, dark mage armor, and bandit armor in front of him. Problem is that gold plate armor is not found till much later in the game. So we'll be moving past him for now and saving him for later. Again, don't worry, we're not going to be leaving a single demon door closed this video. But for now, let's head on over to Twinblade's camp.
Hello, mate. Nice bandit gear. This here is Twinblade's camp. Once you're in for good. So, feel free to get changed when you're inside.
Feel free to get changed once we're inside. Well, that's kind of convenient. And kind of undermines this whole idea of us needing the bandit armor to get close to Twinblade in the first place. Now, this is only the low-level portion of the camp, and we can't get to the elite level without a bandit pass. There are a couple ways to get one, with one bandit selling it for a lot of gold, or you can play a memory game against this man here. It's really not too hard if you like memory games. It involves him showing you a number of items, then covering them, and then adding a new one with you having to guess which one has been added. This game would be really easy, except for the fact that you're on a pretty tight time limit, which does add some stress to it. And I'll admit, it did take me a couple tries to get it this go around. If you like little mini games like this one, it is worth mentioning that every pub actually has their own version of them. My personal favorite is Blackjack and Shuffleboard, but there is a good variety of card games, memory games, and others, making it a really fun way to pass your time. Either way, after winning the pass, we move on to the next level where Twinblade's elite warriors are allowed. Like with the first area, we have to make our way through another gate in order to get to Twinblade's private tent. This time, we need to create some kind of distraction that will cause them to open the gate to send in some reinforcements. I believe you can just start killing everyone if you want, and that will cause them to open up the gate, but I forgot to try that one, so I'm a little unsure. The way it's supposed to be done is either by paying these assassins to start a fight, resulting in them sending in some extra guards opening the gate for you. Or you can release some prisoners that the bandits have locked up here, causing them to open the gate to send out more guards to chase them down. Since we're a good man, we decide to release the prisoners, though if we're being real, they are not going to make it very far at all. But at least we can finally go in and face down Twinblade.
Stand back, lads! Twinblade wants a word with this little hero!
Said a guild puppet would come, and here you are. My blades have been dying to meet you. They haven't been fed for days. You don't look like much of a meal, though. Draw your blade, guild puppet. Let's see what you're made of.
Okay, first off, I like Twinblade. He has a really cool design that works really well for an early to mid boss fight, and he's one of the only characters in the game who uses two swords. Now I know a lot of people don't really care for his voice actor, feeling that it doesn't really match his look, but I actually think it kind of works out really well. By the way, I couldn't exactly find the voice actor for Twinblade on IMDb or anywhere else for that matter. I tried asking ChatGPT and it just kept claiming different people every time, so I just really don't know. The sad part is that there are a few characters that were just simply not properly credited when making the game, and because of that, it's pretty difficult to find out who voiced them. However, if you do know who voiced Twinblade, please let me know in the comments below. Unfortunately, his fight is kind of a joke, with you just simply needing to avoid his strikes until he stabs into the ground and then hit him in the back. It's just a little bit too easy for someone who is as imposing as he is. And I just really wished he had gone with something a bit more dynamic for the fighting style rather than these robot-like actions.
Finish it quick then. I'd do the same for you.
There you are. What's wrong? Don't you recognize your own sister?
Oh my god.
Her past once again before her, Teresa's memories returned in a blaze of fire. Oakvale was burning. She watched in silence as the bandits tortured her mother, then turned to her with questions of the missing boy. She answered them only with a stare, and so their leader sliced out her eyes. The raiders took the boy's mother and left Teresa alone in the forest. There she crawled for 3 days, blind and desolate, until she was found by bandits, Twinblade and his men. She began a new life of servitude among their clan. But the bandit king sensed her exceptional strength and power of will, and listened as she whispered dark prophetic truths in her sleep. Those who could never accept this small, blind girl standing by their master's side did not last long. When they attacked, she killed them without mercy and without emotion. For this was her place in the world now.
Okay, I know I'm going to keep saying it through the rest of this game, but damn, these paintings are just so badass.
I've seen so many things, so much killing, so much dying. I've seen you, little brother, in a ring of sand and blood, an arena full of secrets. And I've seen the choice you'll have to make one day, between the darkness and the light.
Teresa!
I'm sorry, Twinblade. Your path is alone now. All our paths are. But before I leave, brother, I have a present for you. For all the birthdays I've missed. A power that runs in our family. He finds you when you're sleeping, and when the daylight fades.
What are you waiting for? Finish it, or leave me alone. I'm dead anyway. I'm no one's king anymore.
Okay, so a few things here. One, I forgot to mention this before, but Teresa is actually voiced by Joe Wyatt, who also voices many of the other female NPCs in the game. And if that name seems kind of familiar to you, it's probably because she went on to eventually voice Ciri in The Witcher 3. Now, back to Fable, I should probably point out that some people here really don't seem to realize what Teresa just did. I mean, there are a lot of people on forums asking what the hell just happened when she released the power in our bloodline and all of that. And the answer to that is simply, we got 10,000 XP. It is pretty easy to miss, so I understand why so many people don't even seem to notice it, but it is a nice little bonus. Now, on to my final point here. We now have the option to spare the man who helped lead the destruction of Oakvale. The good option is to spare him, but I think that's just insanely stupid. Bandit King or not, he is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of innocents throughout his life, and even now, he has no remorse over it. He's just simply upset he was beaten. He's not upset over what he has done or become. This isn't a Luke sparing Vader story, this is a mass murdering psychopath who will probably go right back to pillaging just somewhere else. And you know why I think that? Because even if we let him live, he eventually will hire assassins to ambush us all over Albion, showing he has not changed at all. Now, admittedly, these assassins will still show up after killing him, claiming they're just now avenging him instead. But either way, my point still stands. Killing him is the righteous and just thing to do.
So, you really found your sister? I'd never have imagined her living among bandits. You've really come a long way these last few years, haven't you? People are starting to ask when they'll see you in the arena, out in Witchwood. But before you go wandering again, I've left a quest card of my own. A favor, if you will. An old friend of mine has gone missing. Calls himself the Archaeologist. He may have stumbled onto something big, perhaps big enough to put his life in danger. There's a rumor that he may be hiding somewhere in Witchwood. That is, if he isn't dead already. You can use a Cullis gate to get there. I only hope it isn't too late.
Okay, I kind of feel like we're just really going right over the very important fact that our sister is still alive. I mean, Maze is just like, yo man, that's cool. By the way, my friend's gone missing. Can you go look for him, please? I feel like our sister being alive should probably be explored a little bit more first, especially when she left with that very ominous quote.
He finds you when you're sleeping, and when the daylight fades.
I mean, that shit's just creepy. Either way, before we go to Witchwood to find Maze's friend, let's first pick up a couple side quests from the guild. This time there are two quests that seem like opposites of one another, called Trader Rescue and the other Trader Massacre. However, unlike the farm quest from earlier, they're not actually opposed to one another, with one taking place slaughtering everyone in Barrow Fields outside of Oakvale, and the other taking place in Twinblade's camp rescuing some traders. Because of this, if you really want to, you can take up both quests for the extra money. Now, since the Massacre quest is simply killing everyone in Barrow Fields, it's a take it or leave it quest. But I do enjoy the Trader Rescue quest, mostly because I just like this guard who's stationed outside the camp.
They called me because I owed them a favour, but, well, I just got out of Guard College last week and I only got a C- in hostage recovery. Know what? I'll tell you where they are and leave you to it. Let me see. Oh yes, now there's ones down the hill and there's two more on the other side of them big gates. All clear? Right. I'm going to make a tactical withdrawal before they see me. All right. Good luck.
All we have to do is run in and find the traders and get out, so there's really not much to it. But while we're over here, there is another fight club inside Twinblade's camp, so after rescuing the traders, we might as well walk right back in and check that one off our list as well. Now on to the quest Maze left for us. He wants us to go all the way to the Witchwoods and find his lost friend, the Archaeologist. The Witchwoods are on an island, meaning unlike everywhere else we've been to so far, we can't just walk to it, so instead have to use a Cullis Gate to get there. It's a pretty interesting place, very different from what we've seen so far, being very dreary and having a dense forest all around it. It also has one of the better soundtracks of the game in my opinion. Pretty early on we meet a rock troll who is pretty much just a stronger version of an earth troll, except for the fact he throws 3 rocks instead of 1. Ooh. On the way through we run into a demon door who says he will only open if we can guess his name. And for some reason, he kinda just tells us exactly where we can find it.
Only one person knows my name, but I doubt you'll find him, even at the Temple of Albion.
Obviously, we could just go to the temple to find his name, but to guess his name, all we have to do is hit these 4 stones in order, with the letters being H, S, T, and I. Again, just 4 letters, so it's really not that hard just to guess it correctly. Yeah, so if your mind is in the gutter, he'll send out some Balverienes to punish you. Either way, his actual name is Hits.
So you worked out my name. Big deal. In you go.
So, you found me. That's just grand. If you can find me, so can they. I should never have started studying the focus sites. But how was I to know Jack was interested in them too? Yes, Jack of Blades. Look, I have no time to explain. You can read my journal if you want. I don't want it anymore. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be off. It's not safe for me here anymore, thanks to you.
So is it just me, or does that guy look a lot like an elf? I don't know. Either way, it's clear he obviously did not want to be found, making it kinda strange that Maze would send us here to find him in the first place. I guess we'll have to ask him about that later. Also, I should point out that he tells us that he doesn't have time to explain and we should instead just read his journal. Except for the problem being, there is none. I mean, I thought I was crazy. I was checking everywhere in my inventory, looking all around the bookshelves, and no journal. I checked online, and as far as I can tell, it for sure does not exist in the Lost Chapters version of the game, though there's some people claiming it might exist in the original, even though I can't seem to find it. Also, something a little more interesting here is this demon door. Not because of what's in here, but more because what isn't in here. I mean, normally the demon doors seem to take you into entire new worlds altogether, or have interesting things inside, while this one kinda just looks like a basic cave. However, I don't think this was the cave's original purpose. You see, the archaeologist in the game files is not listed as the archaeologist, and is instead listed as a trophy trader. In fact, if you spam A through the cutscene, you can get him to talk, and when he does, he'll play the dialogue offering to buy and sell trophies. In the anniversary version of the game, surprise surprise, they messed up, and actually placed a lot of the trophies in the cave, such as the Wasp Queen's head, and even some trophies that we aren't even supposed to know about yet. Good old anniversary version. So what I'm saying here is that this demon door is barren because it was originally designed to be the location for an exotic trader, and had it stayed, it definitely would have made this demon door a lot more memorable. With that said, I think the idea of buying and selling trophies sounds like a pretty terrible idea, so it does make sense why it was cut. Oh, and last piece of trivia about this demon door. There's actually this adorable little mouse that lives in here. Just look at him go. Now, while we're over here in the Witchwoods, we might as well go and pay a visit to the Temple of Avo. Obviously, with it being the light side, we don't sacrifice the innocent, and instead can earn good points by sacrificing our gold. Giving large amounts can have them reduce your age by a few years, and if you give enough, you can even obtain the Weapon of Avo, a giant club called Sentinus. The club has some impressive stats, and if you like heavy weapons, it's definitely up there as one of the best. Now, just next to the Temple of Avo is a classic old tale, a sword that is stuck in a stone. The sword is called Harbinger, and it is a beast. It was created by two twins who, after making it, were so appalled by its power, they wound up cutting off their own hands just to ensure that man would never see another sword as powerful as that one. Afterwards, a giant named Hugh, who wielded the sword, slammed it into the stone as he died, where it still rests to this day. Luckily, if you play your cards right, you can get this sword pretty early. All you need to do to obtain the sword is to upgrade your physique by 5, toughness by 3, and health by 2 after your first attempt to pull the sword out. The problem is, if you're like our hero here, you have already been upgrading these stats as you've been playing, meaning you might have to max out your stats to be able to get the sword, which is why we didn't do it till near the end of the game this playthrough.
Go on, you can do it.
Wow, you're as strong as a giant! Wait until the chief hears about this!
By this point of the game, it was overshadowed by a lot of better weapons that we obtained later on, but if you can pull it out early, it is one of the better swords in the game, so have at it. Now, before we continue on with questing, I thought why not go ahead and stop by the demon door that's a little outside of Oakvale. And, well, he's an interesting one.
Another bony adventurer seeking to plunder my riches. I'm not interested in your meager frame. Get some meat on you. I want beefy, blubbery, plump, porcine.
Damn, who knew the body positivity movement was so strong in Albion? Luckily, I have stocked up on a ton of food before coming here, so let's do this.
At last, a fine figure of a man. That's what I like to see. It's said that inside every fat person is a thin one trying to get out. But no, I say outside every thin person is a fat one trying to get in. Enter, weighty wanderer.
The Weighty Wanderer. I don't know why, but I really like the sound of that. Inside the demon door is just a will elixir, but I really do enjoy how some of the demon doors can at times be a little bit more serious, however others like this one are just silly and fun. Also, it does a good job at teaching us that if we want to have a fat character, we totally can. We just have to make sure we keep buying and eating a ton of food. And don't worry, we're not fat for life. It will start to come off as we play, unless of course we engorge ourselves later. Either way, another demon door off the list. Now back to the story. There is a quest card asking us to go to the town of Knothole Glades deep inside the Witchwood in order to help them out with a white Balverine that has been terrorizing the town. However, on the way over there we get stopped by a man begging us to save his wife from a pack of Balverines that ambushed them.
Please come and help my wife. She's trapped by a Balverine. Quick! She's just down here. Follow me.
Alright man, sounds good. Let's go.
Forgive me, please.
Oh, you lying bitch. So it's an ambush, and after fighting our way out, the man begs us for mercy.
They blackmailed me into tricking you. There was nothing I could do. but thanks for giving me the benefit of the doubt. Here, have this for your generosity.
Okay, who said I gave him the benefit of the doubt here? Plus, a resurrection file. I haven't been knocked down once. I don't need any of this crap. Should've just killed him when I had the chance. Oh well, let's get over to Knothole Glades. So as we get here, the town is under siege by Balverienes, and to protect the town, they have shut the gate, leaving men and women out here to be killed. Fortunately for them, the Bow of Skorm absolutely wrecks Balverienes.
They'll kill us all!
Right, I guess it's safe to let you in now. But hurry up, there could be more of them out there.
Bloody Balverines. In all my years as chief, I've never seen anything like it. We might have had a chance, but these damn things follow a white Balverine. It comes into our village and kills whoever it wants. I can hear something now. It must be attacking the warehouses at the bottom of that hill.
Holy shit, that dude looks cool as hell. For this first part, doing damage doesn't really matter, and only hitting him in general does. If you have enough speed, you can pretty much stun lock him here, making this all pretty easy. After doing this a couple times, the chieftain will run in and tell us we aren't really doing any damage to the beast. However, there used to be a great Balverine hunter in the village who actually knew how to slay white Balverines. And even though he's dead now, his wife might know something. But what's this? The beast somehow knew we would come up here? Yeah, I think you know where this might be going.
Damn thing was just waiting for you. How could it know where we were going?
He was here again, wasn't he? I didn't want to hurt him, but this time, he's gone too far.
What the blazes are you talking about?
The white Balverine. It's my husband. Or it was, once. He was bitten by the Balverine he killed. And slowly, he turned into the creature he hunted for so long. For a while he could control himself. But anything that was left of my husband is dead now.
That's the town horn. It must be attacking again.
My husband used silver weapons to hunt the last white Balverine. Please take this. End his pain.
So, like werewolves, silver weapons are the key. Unfortunately, my favorite weapon already has augments on them, so instead, we have to pull out one of the basic ones that we have found throughout our journey and use the augmentation on that instead. This obsidian axe that the pirate gave us should be perfect for the job. Holy crap, look at that guard go.
That Balverine will think twice before attacking us again. We've got it on the run! We can hurt it! We can kill it! Folks say it lives by Witchwood Lake. Come back with its pelt, and I'll reward you.
So even though silver weapons do an insane amount of damage to Balverines, I like Bluetane, and don't really care if it does less damage. Mostly because with it being a light weapon, it stun locks him anyway, so it's not like he's any more difficult here. In fact, the only difficult thing about him is how he calls on so many Balverines to come and help him, and man, they just really get in the way. But after slaughtering them, we head back to the chief and are rewarded not just with gold and a trophy, but he has also nominated us to compete in the arena. Oh, and he also has a delivery for us. It's a note from our sister with a book about our wacky bloodline. The book here is pretty interesting, talking about how the old kingdom that came before the current era left pieces of its greatness scattered all across Albion, including a great sword called the Sword of Aeons that the Archon, the rulers of the Old Kingdom, wielded. The book goes on to say that there is a bloodline that still exists even today that can trace its lineage all the way back to the Old Kingdom, though it's unknown if it's connected to the Archon, the maker of the sword, or the mysterious force that destroyed the Old Kingdom itself. For those of you who know a lot about Fable lore, you will probably already know that we are connected to the Old Kingdom through the Archon, William Black, who was the first human who could use will powers. However, back when the game came out, much of the lore in regards to what came before was still being decided on. So much of what we find here is pretty vague with very little details. Either way, before we head out, there's of course a few things we should probably do while we're here in the village. First off, we should probably go check on that demon door that's just outside the town.
If you can hurt my face with an arrow, I'll crack wide open for you.
Okay, come on. With the Bow of Skorm, is this even fair for you?
Yep, you've got the power, so I've got the gap.
Yay, an elixir of life. Not that we really needed it, but again, another demon door down. The village of Knothole Glades is rather nice despite all the rain, and has an aesthetic that I really enjoy walking around in. One interesting thing here is that because the village is always under attack by bandits and monsters, it's the only town that actually has no problems with you brandishing your weapons while walking around. Because, well, they want people to be able to fight at a moment's notice. Or at least that's the lore reason. I'm pretty sure the real reason it's allowed is because they didn't have time to be able to code the game to allow you to fight creatures outside the gate and then enter without being penalized. Every other town has its own separate map, while Knothole Glades has its map split with an outside area that occasionally has enemies and an inside area for the actual village itself. Also, it's the only town that routinely has side quests that involves enemies inside the village or at the very least right next to it. So you can see how that could possibly create some issues there. So yeah, you can run around brandishing your weapons all you like, probably because coding that properly would have been a massive pain in the ass back then, and frankly, a total waste of time given how much of a crunch they were under. So as you might have guessed, there is actually another fight club here. In fact, this is the final one, with this one really being the only one that's any bit tough. If they hit you even twice, you are out. Meanwhile, the champion fighter, who's actually the chieftain here, can take like 100 hits, and I'm not kidding. Just look at this. I had to speed it up here because the fight took just so long, and remember, if he hits you even twice, you lose. With that said, if you do manage to win, you get a chance to stand up on some soapboxes and receive your trophy.
It takes a tough fighter to beat me. You've earned this prize.
Oh, would you look at that, they actually called it Punch Club. And even though it's kind of hard to see here, it lists out 2 rules. Rule 1, don't talk about Punch Club. Rule 2, no pets. Don't exactly know why that one's in there. Huh, what's that sound? Oh, assassins! So yeah, they're assassins after us now. They only appear in certain areas, but for some reason they can kind of just run right into Knothole Glades. They also sometimes carry a doll of you in your underwear, which I don't know why, but okay. There are actually dolls of all sorts of heroes, and if you find them all, you can actually give them to the teacher in Bowerstone who collects them, and he'll give you a rare Jack of Blades doll in exchange. Now, I will not be doing that for this playthrough, because to get all the dolls, you have to go and set the record for every pub game there is, and I'll be damned if I have to sit down for an hour trying to get the high score at coin golf.
A beer if you don't mind.
Oh, son of a bitch. So remember the infinite silver key glitch I talked about earlier in the video? Well, Knothole Glades actually has an infinite XP glitch, or I guess an exploit here at its archery range. After leaving for a while and doing some quests, you can come back to basically redo the archery test from the guild, and if you beat your high score, you can get a trophy and even win a silver key. However, he has a special prize for you if you end up tying your high score, and that is those fancy Ages of potions. You know, the ones that times your combat multiplier by 1,000, giving you just a ridiculous amount of XP. Well, you can do this as much as you like, farming as many of them as you could possibly want. Now, I chose not to do this here because as much as I'm for our overpowered godlike character at this point, that exploit just seems like a little too much. I mean, come on, you gotta draw the line somewhere, right? So we are finally at what many people would consider the best quest in the game, the arena. All through the game we've heard about it, and of course how Thunder was the previous champion of it. And we are finally here. Now, the arena itself is located a little outside of Knothole Glades. But before you enter, you might want to take a look around because here's where you can find a trader who, like the one outside the guild, can sell you different names. And here they have special names such as Deathbringer, Gladiator, or Reaper. Not gonna lie, as a huge fan of the Red Rising book series, that one is just a little bit tempting. A little off topic here, but have any of you actually read the Red Rising series? It is by far one of the best sci-fi book series I have ever read. I mean, just so many great twists and turns. I wish there was more people I could talk to about it. Just what a great book series. Oh man. Wait, what was I talking about again? Oh, that's right, Fable.
I remember you. You survived the burning of our village. Go in there and show everyone that Oakvale people don't get pushed around. Well, not anymore.
Will do, my man. Will do.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes. If you follow me, I'll take you to the arena preparation area. I tell you, the history of this place is wasted on the public. The arena's first heroes, our land's heritage. But do people care? Nah. People don't want history. They want the heroes of today. Still, I suppose every era needs its own heroes. Quite profound, that. You can quote me if you like.
Welcome to the Witchwood Arena. A couple of basic points first. First of all, I must remind you to keep your aggression for the arena itself. Anyone caught trying to cut up his rivals in here will be in trouble. You have been warned. Secondly, the way out. You can come in after each round, not during a round.
Ralph, it's getting really ugly out there.
Alright, you, Chameleon, you've heard all this before. Go on for the first round and keep the crowd happy.
No problem. This'll be easy.
Okay, when it's your turn, I'll call your name and you will enter the arena through the door our friend Chameleon just used. Once in the arena, you will battle foes from all over Albion. Every group of creatures you defeat wins you prize money and increases the prize for the next round. The aim is to stay out there as long as you can to earn the big gold. Now, you can come back here anytime you like to buy potions or more equipment. Do this though, and your price for the next round will be 0. And worse, the crowd will think you're a big loser. Real heroes get out there and stay out there. Whether you rest or not, the arena bonus prize, given by Jack of Blades himself, will go to whoever gets through every single round alive. So, get out there, use your skills well, make sure the crowd enjoys it, and if you have to die, do so bravely. The rest of you, wait your turn.
Alright, so we are here in the arena, and now need to just wait around a bit before being called up. If you have the gold on you, the trader here actually is the only trader in the game that possesses the entire Bright Plate Mail set, which is needed to open up that demon door outside Twinblade's camp. Now, you can of course get the armor set in other ways, but this is typically just the easiest. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of gold right now, so I'll wait and track some down later since after this quest we can't actually come back here.
Ross, bad news. I think Chameleon's, dead.
What? Already? You idiot. Right, people. It seems Chameleon only made it through 3 rounds before dying like a chicken in front of 5,000 people. We need a new volunteer. New man, you look ready. In you go. Talk to Al up by the door. He'll let you into the arena.
So even though they tell you to just get on out there, there really is no rush. So if you want, you can just kind of hang out in here, play some blackjack, or even talk to some of the other fighters here. First up, we have the absolute genius named Flick.
Me gonna finish arena in one go, get loads of gold. Me buy big house, me make big family.
Good man, good priorities. Like him already. We also have a fellow guild member here, who apparently kind of just goes in and gets some gold and then decides to leave, never really pursuing any of the higher rounds. This obviously makes him pretty unpopular, but hey, he's still alive, ain't he? Last but not least, we have the Assassin, who can actually give us some tips about what we can expect to face while we're in the arena. By the way, if you keep pestering him, he'll straight up spoil the final round, telling us exactly what we'll be facing during it.
Round 1. They always tell me this one gives them the biggest, buzz.
Buzz. That's a good one, Al. Buzz. Funny.
So funny. If you do decide to go back between rounds, they'll actually have a pun for every enemy you face, and don't worry, I'll show them all later because a couple of them are actually pretty good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment, I give you Chicken Chaser, famous for such quests as Orchard Farm and defeating ex-hero Twinblade. Like our other brave challengers, this up-and-coming hopeful has an eye on tonight's grand prize, presented by Jack of Blades himself. And we're on to the first round. An old arena favorite. It's the Wasp Horde.
So as Mr. Runs with Balverienes explained earlier, the arena works with us facing waves of different enemies at a time. If you want, you can go back between rounds to restock on supplies, but doing so will reset how much money you get for the following rounds. The crowd will also throw flowers and gold into the arena if they really like you. I used to think that meant just be really exciting, so I would run around using a bunch of flashy magical powers, but all it really means is try and get your combat multiplier even higher. Overall, there are only a few difficult rounds here, so no reason to ever go back inside. For the first round, we start simply with wasps, and obviously we wipe through them no problem. Afterwards, for round 2, we move on to Hobbs, which are obviously a little more difficult, but still, at this point in the game, not really much of a challenge. Now, round 3 is where it gets a little bit more interesting, because at this point, we are actually joined by our good friend Whisper. To be honest, I still kind of put friends in quotation marks, because throughout the entire game, she's been nothing but a bitch to us for no damn reason. I would say it's a good thing she's here, because round 3 is actually Balverienes, and they can really be a pain in the ass at times, especially when they start sending multiple white Balverienes at you at once. Again, I would say it's a good thing she's here, but unfortunately, she is nothing more than a meat shield. Her attacks do almost no damage, and most of her abilities at best do nothing more than steal your kills at the last minute, taking away your XP gains. Either way, after taking down the Balverienes, we go on to face one of my personal favorite enemies in the game, the Undead. We haven't really done anything yet in any haunted areas, so this is our first encounter with them this playthrough. The Undead are slow moving and the lower level ones are very weak, but something about their design and just the way they fight has always been very enjoyable to me. They really do feel like the Undead, if you kinda know what I mean, and as a kid I did find them just a little bit creepy. Later in the game we'll also encounter plenty of Undead generals who can actually summon lower level ones all around them, and they look sick as hell. After finishing off the Undead, we continue to fight through some bandits, and then after that easily slaughter some poor earth trolls. Oh dear Avo, they never stood a chance. Obviously, we wind up doing the same to some rock trolls, before eventually making our way over to the final round.
Ladies and gentlemen, today you have seen the best of Albion's arena fighters. Put your hands together for our successful heroes. But now, round 8, the final battle. I give you Archaeologist. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so this is pretty rad. I mean, a massive scorpion for the final boss was not something I was expecting my first time playing through the game. Admittedly, the method of killing it is pretty simple, with us just needing to hit it in the eye and slaughter its babies whenever it runs away. But even if it is simple, just the spectacle of it all more than makes the fight worth it in my eyes.
We have 2 winners! Incredible! So, what will happen? 2 winners and only 1 prize? Well, as you know, we have a special guest here today. It's the one, the only, the hero of heroes, Jack of Blades!
I have returned. After an eternity away from you all, Jack of Blades is back. This arena is all that is great in Albion, and you all that is worthy in it. I am honored to stand before you again. And I have a proposal to mark the occasion. One final round. A fight to the death between the two heroes still standing. The winner will receive a special prize. The loser will have the privilege of dying before you.
What do they think they're doing? They can't do this. I'm going to put on a good fight. But I'm not killing you. I can't kill you. We came here to put on a good show. And that's what we're going to do. Let's go.
So throughout the game, we've heard a little bit about Jack of Blades, and if you were on the fence with whether or not Jack of Blades was evil or not, well, now you pretty much know. I mean, a fight to the death between you and Whisper is obviously bad, and that voice, my god, could you sound any more evil?
Jack of Blades is back.
Then again, that's not actually his real voice. You see, in the original Fable, he sounded much different.
I have returned. After an eternity away from you all, Jack of Blades is back. This arena is all that is great in Albion, and you all that is worthy in it.
Now, this change is not due to any change in voice actor at all, and is instead due to them editing his voice for the Lost Chapters version of the game. And this modified voice is also what's used for the Anniversary version as well. I do wonder, given how bad the crunch was to get the original game out the door, if this modified voice was always their intent, or if they changed it to just better fit in with the lore around Jack that was later added for the Lost Chapters version of the game. Either way, there is a lot of back and forth out there as to which voice is better. I personally would have liked to see the original voice all the way up to him revealing his true intent. It would have really played well with the deception he's pulled over the people of Albion, because even if we can tell he's evil, the people still pretty much think of him as this hero of heroes. Well, sort of. There is a book you can actually donate to the school about Jack, and it is not very flattering for him at all.
Who's the red-robed warrior that brings death and destruction to all of Albion?
Jack!
Who's the legend in the mask with the strength of 10 heroes?
It's Jack!
Who's the demon that stalks in the night, dragging bad children into hell?
Jack!
So on one hand, we're told he's the greatest hero to have ever lived, but at the school, all the children know him as Satan on Earth, so yeah, kinda weird. Oh, and we should probably go ahead and take a look at who voices him now as well. And it's two different people. Okay, so throughout the original Fable, he is voiced by Keith Wickham, who is mostly known for voicing characters in pretty much every Thomas the Tank Engine show ever made. Despite him mostly doing kids projects, I think he does a fantastic job as Jack of Blades in either iteration of his voice. Now, small spoilers here, but it is over a 20-year-old game, so too bad. But Jack of Blades does return in the Lost Chapters portion, but has a whole new voice actor, and let's see, who is it? Holy crap, it's Jonathan Keeble. So Jonathan Keeble is a very, very talented voice actor. In the video game world, he's actually still getting roles in games like Space Marines 2, Black Myth Wukong, and Elden Ring. But what I mostly know him for is for his extensive work in narrating audiobooks. Man, now would be a great time to have an Audible sponsorship if I was a bigger channel. Oh well. Jonathan Keeble has narrated over 800 books and is one of the main narrators for the 40K series of books. He's also the main narrator for one of my personal favorites, the Last Kingdom series.
My name is Uhtred. I am the son of Uhtred, who was the son of Uhtred.
It's pretty crazy with the amount of hours I've heard Keeble talk. I never realized he was Jack of Blades. But then again, I also never realized that Jack had two voice actors in the game until making this video. I feel kinda silly because I can clearly tell the difference now, but I guess I never just thought too much of it back then. Like with the other voice actors, Keeble plays multiple roles and is also the voice of many of the shop owners, traders, and even the guys who run the pub games.
Welcome to the card pairs table. What takes your fancy?
Either way, back to the fight with Whisper, if we can even call it that at this point. After we beat her, she will beg for mercy, and we can choose to either kill her for an extra 10,000 gold, or spare her and walk away. Obviously on this playthrough, we'll be nice and let her live, despite her always being kind of pretentious as hell.
My dear lady, it was mere luck. He's nothing but a...
Ah, there you are. The hero they're all talking about. I'm impressed, and that doesn't happen often. But I forgot my manners. I am Lady Grey, the Mayor of Bowerstone. I can see you are a man of worth. You should pay me a visit at my Bowerstone North Manor.
My lady, if you would only
Thunder, I am tired of your protests, tired of your jealousy. The time of your glory is long gone. You should learn to accept that. As I was saying, hero, I do hope you will accept my invitation. We have much to discuss.
Man, she is a bitch.
This is not over. Your blood spills just like any other, and yours will spill soon.
Okay, listen here, you jerk. I just spared your irritating sister's life, and all because your woman ain't loyal, you want to kill me? You know what? Screw it. I think it's time we bring out the evil son of a bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment, I give you Deathbringer.
So with this being the first real evil decision that has any kind of lasting effect, I figured why not go ahead and load up Deathbringer over here. Now if you can't tell, if you are evil, they will make sure you look the part, with giant horns, red eyes, and just this dark aura surrounding your character. On the inverse, if you're good, you'll get a halo, you'll have these little butterflies that will appear and disappear all around you, and just overall you'll have this holy aura kind of surrounding your person. Oh, and by the way, don't worry about the weapon I'm using here, I'll explain that one later on. Now, I did say earlier that we would get a chance to hear some of the great puns that the guards say between rounds. So, since Deathbringer already has plenty of money, why don't we go ahead and take a look at them.
Second round, eh? Make sure you don't get mobbed out there.
Mobbed by Hobbs. Funny that.
Third round now. It all starts getting a bit hairy.
Oh, I get it.
I'm glad I don't have to go out there. The next foes are dead hard.
Dead hard, did you say? You're a funny man now.
Do you know, the next round is so tough, we might have Bandit.
Okay, I kinda like that one.
Bandit? Sounds like Bandit. Hilarious.
Who will win the next round? I'd bet the Earth on the next beast.
Earth troll.
The next round will kill you stone dead.
Stone? Yeah, stone troll. Brilliant that. Very funny.
I heard this round has a real sting in the tail.
Shh! Don't give away any secrets.
Oh yes, sorry. Nearly spoilt it, didn't I?
Don't worry, my man, you can't spoil a game that's over 20 years old. Dear God, that makes me feel really old just saying that. Oh, where were we again? Oh yeah.
Don't do it, farm boy. We agreed. Just walk out. We agreed. Let's stop fight right then. A fight to the death it is, you bastard.
Unfortunately, even after we make it clear to Whisper that yes, this will be a fight to the death, the fight really doesn't get any more difficult. But after putting her to the sword, we bask in the glory of the bloodthirsty crowd.
He's done it! We have a new arena champion! Let's hear it for the new conquering hero! By killing Whisper, this man has earned a bonus purse of 10,000 gold! And now, let's praise our new arena champion one more time!
But my lady, he killed Whisper. He's nothing but a...
Ah, there you are. The hero they're all talking about. I'm impressed, and that doesn't happen often. But I forget my manners. I am Lady Grey, the Mayor of Bowerstone. I can see you are a man of worth. You should pay me a visit at my Bowerstone North Manor.
You murdered my sister. You died as slow as death.
Thunder, I am tired of your protests and your petty squabbles. You cling on to past glories and ridiculous family ties like an old fool. As I was saying, hero, I do hope you will accept my invitation. We have much to discuss.
You are a walking corpse. I shall never rest till Whisper is avenged.
A few moments later.
I'm exhausted. I need to find somewhere to rest.
Don't worry, we'll come back and see Deathbringer and more of his escapades later, but for now, let's hop back over to the Chicken Chaser to see how he's doing.
That was unbelievable. I haven't seen anything like it for a long time. I'll guide you back through the Hall of Heroes. You truly deserve to stand amongst them. I must say, you remind me of someone who fought here many years ago. Memory's not what it used to be, but I think her name was Scarlet Robe. That's right. Ever heard of her? Probably not. It was all before your time. But if you look on your right, you'll see her statue. She was the first female hero to become arena champion.
She was a fine hero, just as soft-hearted as you. But her dedication came with a price. After her final battle, she was never the same. She lives now in complete solitude, crushed by her failure to save her family long ago. And yet here you are. I knew her son would end up here one day. It's in your blood, and in your sister's too. You should bring her to me. I so long to reunite you both with your mother. Just think of the happiness it would bring her.
This was the true face of his mother, Scarlet Robe, Slayer of Balverienes. Once one of the fiercest heroes in all of Albion, yet her most splendid battle was also to be her last. Ambushed by a dozen Balverines, Scarlet killed them all, only to fall injured and drained beside their corpses. There she would have died but for Brom, a kind and simple woodsman who tended her back to health. In time they married and had 2 children, a girl and then a boy. Scarlet's days of death were forever behind her.
Whatever you decide, you've earned the Champion's Seal. People everywhere will recognize you as the winner of the arena, and it will grant you access to Bowerstone North. Don't lose it. It is rather valuable.
So that is the arena, and I hope you can tell why it is so well remembered by fans of the game. The build-up for it is all throughout, with people constantly mentioning it, and of course Thunder rubbing it in our face how he's the big bad arena champion and all. And when you have that kind of build-up for something, it's very easy for it to fall flat. However, not only is the actual arena itself very fun with interesting characters and solid gameplay, but we also get multiple big story moments here. We finally get to meet the big bad, who we've only heard very little about up till now. And even if it's clear as day that Jack is of course evil, his character has this aura about him that makes his presence very enjoyable. Plus, his actual character design itself is fantastic, one of the better looking villains in gaming as far as I'm concerned. We also got the chance to end our rivalry with Whisper, and possibly the start of a new rivalry with Thunder. And to round it all out, we discover the truth about our mother, that she too was a hero and is still alive somewhere out there in hiding. Which sadly means our dad, well, he was actually the only relative killed in the entirety of the Oakvale raid. Poor Poor Braun. Interesting tidbit here. The statue of our mother here in the arena is the same statue that's in Knothole Glades. Turns out that's actually our mother's home, and she was known as one of their greatest heroes due to her ability to slay Balverienes. I gotta say, that image is badass as hell. Either way, both our mom and sister are actually still alive. And speaking of our sister...
Hey you, Teresa wants you to meet her at the Grey House.
So, you finally met Jack of Blades. I met him long ago, of course, when he burned down our home and cut out my eyes. But he wasn't lying when he said he knew where Mother was. He's kept her in Bargate Prison ever since the night of the raid. I haven't been able to get inside, but the archaeologist knows of an ancient secret passage. You've met him already, haven't you? Jack's creatures are still after him, just like they're after me. I can't stay here much longer. I've left the details in a quest card at the guild. You have to get Mother out. She's the only one who knows how to reach the sword. You did read the book I sent, didn't you? The sword is everything, and it could turn the world to nothing. Oh, and Mother has a gift for you too. More power than you can imagine.
Okay, to be honest, my first time playing, I didn't read the book she sent at all, so was pretty confused by all this. Also, if you wonder where we are, this is actually the old Grey House, the haunted family home of Lady Grey, who we just met a while ago. And oh boy, is this place haunted. So this location is actually between Oakvale and the Darkwoods. So depending on how you play through the game, you might end up walking over here pretty early on, making this your first encounter with the undead. And this was my first encounter when I first played through the game, which is probably why I found them so damn creepy. There is a demon door over here, but unfortunately we have to do the evil route on a few quests coming up, meaning we'll save that one for good old Deathbringer to do. Now, with that said, there is another evil demon door that we might as well pay a visit to as we make our way back to the guild. So this demon door is actually in the Great Woods near the beginning of the game, so if you like, you can actually hit this one up pretty early on. All he really wants from us is for us to do something terribly evil in front of him to pass, and there is actually a very easy way to accomplish this. First things first, go and buy a bunch of baby chickens from the Twinblade's camp trader. Since they are in fact live baby chickens, choosing to eat them will give you evil points. So, if you go in front of the door and devour like 10 of them, he'll let you go through. With that said, young me never really thought of that, so instead, we're going to open this door the old-fashioned way.
Follow, 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 follow,
You won't be disappointed here.
If we can get enough people to follow us, we can go and give them a grand tour of the Great Woods, before of course arriving at the door.
This is the deal. You perform an act of great evil in my sight, and I'll pop open.
Just die and scare you.
You know, it's funny you should ask.
Oh yeah! What was all that for?
That's a terrible crime.
That was wicked. Literally. Come on, dive through.
So we have ourselves a new legendary weapon, Wello's Pickhammer. With 2 piercing augments already on it, it's not a bad weapon. However, I still prefer one-handed swords, so instead, this pickaxe will simply be another trophy for us to collect. Now, before we go ahead and progress the main story any further, let's first go ahead and take care of some busy work. First off, I am tired of us being so damn poor. So now that we have plenty of gold from the arena, I think it's time we should invest that gold in some good old real estate, preferably in our hometown of Oakvale. Unfortunately, people actually live in these houses. I know, crazy, right? So we kinda need to do something about that first. Now, of course, the good old chicken chaser would never do something so terrible. But that doesn't mean he can't change into an alter ego and maybe go through town doing some, spring cleaning. Damn, that's gruesome. You see, unfortunately for the people of Oakvale, the only way for a house or business to become available for purchase is if the current occupant dies. Meaning, if you're on a good playthrough, you'll still have to rack up some evil points in order to buy up property. In fact, if you're planning an evil playthrough, you'll have to actually come through and cull the towns a few times if you wish to stay maxed out. This is mostly because as you take on quests or just walk around, the majority of enemies you'll face will give you good points for vanquishing them. There were actually a few quests in my evil playthrough where by the end of them my horns had shrunk because I was no longer max evil due to all the enemies I had killed. Because of that, reoccurring vandalism, murder, and baby chicken eating is absolutely required in order to maintain a full evil alignment. Regardless of all that, after going berserk on Oakvale for a spell, we come in and buy up all the property that will now pay rent that we can collect every time we visit. I will say, however, there is another way to get massive amounts of gold with very little effort in this game. When they created Fable, they tried so many experimental ideas, and one of these was adding supply and demand principles to the game's economy. The idea was actually pretty cool. You could go and buy a dozen crates of apples from a trader that had a ton of them in stock, and then travel to a new village where the store was lacking in apples. So of course, they would pay you more for them than you bought them for, allowing you to make some extra cash while bringing items to a place that needed them. Good old supply side economics. Unfortunately though, this is a game, meaning it really isn't hard to trick the AIs here. Take this store for example. I sold them a bunch of gems that I had been collecting throughout my travels, causing them to of course have a ton in stock. Because of this, I can now buy them all up at a very low price. However, now the AI of course sees that they are out of stock and is willing to pay a lot more to get new ones in. And guess who has plenty of them? Because the AI can't tell they literally just sold them to me, and because the AI doesn't have to actually set a budget like an actual store does, you can just repeat this loop as long as you like, effectively giving you unlimited money. But enough scamming the AIs. Instead, let's help them out a bit by doing some side quests. So the first two side quests we have available to us here are kinda lazy if you ask me. First one is just running up to Twinblade's camp again to save some traders, and there really is nothing worth mentioning here. Just run up and escort them down. The next one is over in Knothole Glades and is a little better. The village is besieged by some bandits who are trying to free their captured boss. If we want, we can recruit some guards to help deal with them. But to be honest, at this point we are so powerful, we can literally take them all on before they even know what happened. This is kind of the problem with a lot of RPGs as they go on, because as we become more powerful and have spent more time in the game, these little encounters like this just mean far, far less. Meaning, in order to stay interesting, quests need to add something more than just combat. They need interesting gimmicks, stories, or choices to keep the player's attention. Luckily, some of the quests coming up here begin to bring this sort of stuff back, but again, these two in particular are just pretty boring at this point in the game. Fortunately, this next quest has all three of those qualities in spades.
Welcome to Bowerstone North, hero. This is a quiet district, and we like to keep it that way. We don't tolerate uncivil behaviour here, so mind you don't end up in our holding cell. We have a raving lunatic locked up right now, but he won't be seeing many more sunrises, if you know what I mean. Now, Lady Grey desires to speak with you. You'll find her grace in the gardens outside of Mention. This is a great honour, even for a hero, so mind your manners.
So, you're the one everyone is talking about. I must say, you have me intrigued. Will you walk with me to the courtyard? I would so love to speak with you. It's lovely here, don't you think? But sometimes it feels like the loneliest place in the world. You see, I haven't married yet. Somehow I've never met a man worthy enough. I've always known that only someone who could conquer the arena could conquer me. Perhaps you could bring me a gift from town. I'm sure you can find something fitting for a lady.
So Lady Grey is into us now that we are the new rising star in Albion. And strange enough, this quest is probably one of the more well done ones in the game. Because of that, we will look at the good option first before bringing in Deathbringer to show us how crazy the evil option can get. Now, starting off here, we'll play her game for a bit and buy her a gift that really speaks to her soul, so she knows we understand the kind of woman she truly is. Given what we know about her so far, I think a black rose is the perfect choice.
Oh, that's beautiful. I knew you'd have a romantic soul, not like some heroes. Of course, a woman in my position can't marry into poverty. The very least one can expect is that a man will have his own house.
Bitch, I own an entire village at this point.
I'm so pleased to hear you have a house. I wouldn't want to think you wanted to marry for the money. Would you do something heroic for me now? A while ago, I lost a necklace. It is most precious to me. Perhaps you could investigate round town. Someone must know its whereabouts.
So yes, now she wants us to go out and find an old family necklace that was stolen. But as we ask around town, many of the people have some pretty unnerving things to say about her.
There's talk going round that the lady's looking to marry.
Wouldn't like to be in the poor fool's shoes, I can tell you.
There's something not right about her. Did you know her sister disappeared?
Eventually, as we ask around, we come across my favorite conspiracy theorist.
Hey, looks like a fine gent to me.
Finally, someone to talk to. You've got to help me out. The mayor's having me executed. That's what happens when you start asking too many questions round here. That woman is a demon, but no one will believe me. Just because I was wrong about the guards controlling our dreams by spiking our water supplies. Her sister was an angel. Would have made a wonderful mayor. And I know Lady Grey killed her. I just know it. You have to help me prove it. Otherwise, Bowerstone will remain in her clutches, and I'll be executed.
This is pretty much where the good and evil paths diverge, and we can either continue to try and woo Lady Grey, or trust this conspiracy theorist that she secretly killed her sister and tried to expose her. Considering she jailed him for simply speaking, we can go ahead and assume she's probably guilty of something. So we go ahead and agree to help him out.
Yes, finally! We're going to bring that crazy witch down. All you need to do is get her dead sister to tell you what really happened. Don't give me that look. We all know ghosts exist. You've seen them, I've seen them, we've all seen them. Lady Grey's sister, Amanda, had a sweetheart called Rodri. Nice guy, usually hangs out in Barrowfields. If anyone knows how to entice her out of oblivion, it's him.
Okay, thank you for having at least one character that's just like, of course ghosts exist. We live in a world of magic, you idiots. Don't look at me like I'm the crazy one here. So it turns out her dead sister's lover is still alive and kicking over in Barrow Fields, just outside of Oakvale. So we go ahead over there and pay the guy a visit.
Said every day would be a little better. Amanda? Yes, of course I knew her. I think about her all the time. She was so beautiful, so pure. She was afraid her sister would find out about us and use it against her, stop her from becoming mayor. I'm no noble after all. So we'd meet in secret in the grey house cellar. I would sneak out to the stables and flash my lamp 3 times to let her know I was there. One night, she didn't come out, and I found the cellar door locked. Her sister, Elvira, Lady Grey as she's now known, told me she had died of some terrible illness. Then the house was abandoned, and I never even got to... I'm sorry. It's too painful to talk about.
You know, it might be a small detail, but I really like how you have to actually manually activate the lamp 3 times instead of it just happening in a cutscene. It makes you have to actually make sure you listen to every character. Either way, we go ahead and enter the cellar and find the ghost of Amanda Grey.
Rodri, is that you? I've waited for you so long and I... Wait, you're not Rodri. I prayed that he would rescue me, but he never came. When the air ran out, I closed my eyes and imagined I was dying in his arms. Now I'll never see him again. And my sister has taken everything. People must know the truth about her. Take this letter. Show the world what really happened.
So, now you know the truth.
Okay, when I was a kid, Lady Grey showing up like this frightened the shit out of me for some reason. I was over there thinking, haha, I will secretly overthrow her, only to turn around and for her to be right there. Kinda like getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar kinda deal. But then I remembered we are the arena champion. We can pretty much do whatever the hell we want. So screw your offer and get lost.
What? No one refuses Lady Grey. No one. You're just like the rest of those imbeciles, infecting my city with their petty little lives. Fine then, tell everyone, have your moment of glory. But I will return one day, and I will wash away all the filth with your blood. Remember that, hero.
And there she goes. Time to go and tell Bowerstone the good news.
Unbelievable! So Gethin was right all along! I suppose we better release him. He'd better not start that nonsense about me spiking the water supply again, though. We'll have to find a new mayor, too. I don't suppose you'll be interested in the job. You have proved your worth after all.
Okay, I like their government model here. Our mayor was a murderous bitch who has been cast out. Should we look for a new relative to rule? Get a council to decide on a mayor? Or what about have a vote? Nah, let's just have the guard ask the local hero if he wants the job and we'll just all go right along with it. By the way, if you're hoping that this would convey any sort of power to you, it unfortunately does not. And the castle you can live in only has 2 rooms with a bed that for some reason you can't use. However, there is a silver key in here, and a silver key chest with one of my favorite weapons in it. This legendary katana is much stronger than Bluetane and has better augments on it as well. Plus, I think it just looks neat. And that's the good ending of the Lady Grey questline. However, this is actually one of the few times you really might want to consider being just a little evil. You see, normally you would imagine that the evil route would be something like accepting Lady Grey's bribe and simply marrying her. But for this quest, the evil route actually adds quite a bit. So picking back up at the quest of the missing necklace, if we go and ask enough people around town, eventually someone will tell us that they heard someone spotted it in Oakvale. Sneaking around the graveyard, we find 2 people who for some reason just openly talk about how they stole it and where they buried it.
Right, so let's go over it one more time. I've buried it between the 2 boats on the beach.
Oh, a nice little spot.
Right, we'll lie low for a few days to avoid detection by the Bowerstone guards.
What if someone finds it in that time?
No one will think of looking for it there.
You'd better be right.
Kind of walking that line between being overly gamey, but oh well. We go and dig up the necklace and take it back to Lady Grey.
I don't believe it. My necklace. I thought I'd never see it again. You continue to prove yourself a most deserving suitor. But you are not the only arena winner who seeks my hand. No doubt you have heard of Thunder. It's quite bewildering to have 2 such fine suitors. Now, if you could prove yourself a better man than he, perhaps in a battle, things would certainly seem clearer. I'll be waiting for the winner in the gardens. Best of luck.
Now, here is where it gets interesting. A one-on-one battle with Thunder. And let's just say he is ready to spill some blood.
First you kill my sweet sister, and now you try to take the woman I love. I will crush your filthy bones till there is nothing left. Meet me at the executioner's block on the hill. I can think of no better place to kill you.
So this whole area we're traversing currently is actually past Bowerstone North, so is a new area entirely. There will be a few quests that take place back in this portion, but outside that, the area is kinda empty and underutilized if I'm being honest.
My sister thought you were her friend, and you killed her. You shall know the meaning of revenge, farm boy, and the lady will be mine.
Now, Thunder is an interesting boss, mostly because he's one of the only people in the game who actually uses a shield. It doesn't really do anything special, but it is cool looking, and that's always a plus. He also has a lightning attack that has a pretty massive area effect, and unfortunately indiscriminately kills our onlookers. After fighting for a bit, he says, "If I can't have her, no one can," and tackles us off the fucking cliff. I swear the dude's nuts. He then proceeds to go and talk about how he'll never rest until his sister is avenged, and then after like 3 hits just goes, "No, but Lady Grey loves me," and for some reason runs into a cave. I figure he plans on making some kind of last stand in there. However, Deathbringer really isn't too concerned, and instead takes a moment to fish out a silver key and then talk to the local demon door, who pretty much says, "Bro, this is a video game, I'm not opening until you beat the boss."
Only by defeating another hero in combat will I open for you. Got that? I mean, how simple are you?
You gotta respect the bluntness of it. Either way, let's go pick on Thunder.
It's a dark day that sees Whisper's killer defeat me. If the lady only knew what you are, how black your heart is.
Dude, you have no idea how black her heart is. Just, my god, she is one evil bitch. I mean, I don't even really know why either of us even want her in the first place. Oh, yeah, that's why. Now, I should probably point out that this little area down here is only accessible if you fight Thunder. Meaning, if you're a good character, you can't really get the silver key, silver chest, or demon door down here without glitching your way down. By the way, the demon door has nothing in it and is simply a passage back to the main path. But, we'll still count it.
I'm not best pleased with that mess. Still, fair dues. Nip on through.
Now, I know that some people hate having things like this locked away to only certain playstyles, but as I said hours ago in the beginning of this video, I actually much prefer when games give me a reason to want to play through it both ways, and by having such diverging pathways here, it makes your decision just that much more impactful to you, which I would argue is a good thing. But now that we have beaten Thunder, why don't we go ahead back to Lady Grey so we can enjoy her very large personality.
Oh, my hero. I heard what happened. No one could have proven themselves worthier than you. I'm so happy. I must make the arrangements for the wedding at once. And if you so much as look at another woman before then, I shall have her pretty head chopped off.
Go on, get out!
Okay, wait, what?
And so the hero married. And for one day at least, the troubles of a hard world were put aside.
So, interesting thing here, when you marry someone in Fable, you actually get to receive a dowry. For those of you who don't know, a dowry is a gift that the bride's family offers to the husband for taking their daughter into his family. This might seem kinda strange today, but it also served as a form of divorce insurance for the wife in many areas. If a divorce did occur, then the husband would have to pay his wife the full amount of the original dowry. So a large dowry, paid by the wife's family, served as a representation of respect they had for the husband and meant a larger cushion for the wife in the unfortunate case of divorce. Many societies all throughout time had many forms of this, and... well, wait a minute, why am I talking about dowries again? Oh, that's right. In Fable, you'll receive one, and Lady Grey's dowry is quite large at 15,000 gold. I mean, mind you, we only got 10,000 for killing Whisper. Also, if we go and return to the old Grey house where she killed her sister, the demon door over there will open up to us only if we've married Lady Grey. Unfortunately, my footage of inside the demon door was corrupted, but inside it has Ronok the Axe, a pretty decent weapon that does look really cool. Now, while Deathbringer was busy shacking up with the evil mayor, our good old chicken chaser wound up marrying a nice young lass in Oakvale. The dowry here was only 2,000 for comparison. And you know what? We should probably go ahead and talk about the marriage system here, because somehow I've gone this long and haven't mentioned it yet. Obviously, like in real life, the more famous and renowned you are, the more people will love you. And in the game, this is shown by the hearts that hover above their heads. The clothing you choose also affects this by having an attractiveness rating, as does hairstyles and tattoos. Now, if you want to make someone your wife, you first need them to be so attracted to you that they start asking you for a wedding ring. You can do this usually just by giving them a couple gifts or by just talking to them.
Hey.
Getting a little bit hot.
See guys, all you gotta do is walk up to a woman and say, "Hey," and they will beg to marry you. Trust me, that's how I got my wife. It is worth mentioning, if you want, you can marry a new person in every town you visit. And if you enjoy batting for the other team, so to speak, you can do that here as well. Marriage also has a few perks where if you give gifts and spend some time with your wife, she'll sometimes give you some gifts as well. Normally it's just new armor or potions, but if you do choose Lady Grey, it can be something much, much nicer. You see, in Bowerstone North, there's a store that sells a sword called the Soulless Greatsword for around 72,000 gold, and it is really good. Actually, in many ways, it's one of the best weapons in the entire game, and comes with a flame, health, and sharpening augment already on it. It's not my go-to weapon personally, but if you like the greatswords, it is awesome. And if you're married to Lady Grey, she has a chance of gifting it to you, except the version that she gives you has none of the augmentation slots filled, meaning you can customize it however you like, in many ways making it the most powerful weapon in the game. Again, Lady Grey might be a cold-hearted bitch, but she does come with some advantages. I would also like to point out that in the anniversary version of the game, there is a hilarious glitch involving your wife giving you gifts. You see, in order to squeeze as much money from the fans of the original they could, they added DLC weapons and armor into the game that you would have to pay actual cash for. However, because this was a day one DLC, it was already coded into the game before launch. Now, because of this, your wife actually has access to pretty much all the items coded in the game. And even though it is rare, she can actually gift you the DLC gear without you ever having purchased the DLC yourself, which I find to be absolutely hysterical. Now, one more thing I want to mention about marriage is that what if you desire to wife up a woman who isn't in a town? Like, let's say, one of the lovely guild girls here. Well, if you give them a ring, they'll be stuck in a loop asking you to find them a house to live in. And no matter how many houses you actually own, they will not move there, unless you personally escort them. So if you have a house in, let's say, Bowerstone, you can have one of the guild girls follow you over there and then pop the question. To be honest, there really isn't much to having a wife in Fable, and it is a far cry from what Peter Molyneux said would be in the game, with you being able to have children and raise them so that they can eventually join the guild and graduate and go on your quest as well. I mean, God, talk about overpromising. However, for the time, it was pretty fun, and if you're into role-playing your character, it's always worth just to slow down a bit to do. Back over to the famous chicken chaser, after the Lady Grey quest, we can actually go back to Oakvale and run into Whisper drinking at the pub, where she'll proceed to then tell us what her plans are next.
I'm glad you came. I wanted to talk to you before I go. You hadn't heard I'm leaving the guild. My brother wanted me to be a great hero, but, well, you were always one step ahead of me. I had to work so hard to live up to his expectations. But you always made everything seem easy. It wasn't till you spared my life in the arena that I realized how jealous I was of you. And what a good friend you've been. I'm sorry I was so tough on you in training. The truth is, you've always been the better hero. Just don't tell my brother I said that.
It's a good closure for her character, considering that there's really no sense in continuing the rivalry after the arena. And besides that rivalry, there really just isn't much to her character. So having her use this as a reason to exit out of the game makes room for other characters to then step in without it becoming too crowded. It also means that developers don't have to work around how to handle her being alive or dead in future scenes. She can't really remain part of the main story if you also have the chance to kill her, so given the development crunch this game was under, having a quick scene like this is just far easier than having to pull something like Mass Effect did and having to add her into the story in some ways, but then have a new character to take her place on the off chance that you kill her. Just overall from a development point of view, this just makes things a lot easier going forward for them. With that said, I do wish Whisper could have had more to do than just get whooped on by us. I mean, every encounter with her is something kind of like the rival in Pokemon, where the minute you see her, you know you're going to have to battle. It just would have been nice for her to have something more going for her than just bland rival. But at least we'll get a new companion later on in the game that's a little bit more fleshed out. Now, back to the main story. Our sister told us how the archaeologist might know a way into Bargate Prison, where she believes our mother might be being held. Bargate is an interesting place since it appears that no city technically has control over it, and is instead run directly by Jack. However, the guards there are the normal guards of Bowerstone with the insignias and everything. So maybe Jack gets away with having his own private prison by accepting the worst inmates from Bowerstone, ensuring the city of course doesn't bother him. Though we are the mayor now, so I'm not exactly sure how all that would work. Maybe I shouldn't think too hard on it. Either way, as we go and find the archaeologist, a guard informs us that he has been taken by Jack's minions and they are dragging him off to the prison to be locked away.
There were too many of them. We never stood a chance. They grabbed the archaeologist and took him up the hill there. I don't know what they're planning to do with him, but I bet it ain't gonna be pretty. You've got to rescue him. Quick, there isn't much time.
Okay, I know I've talked a lot about how much I enjoy this game's art design, but I'm just gonna say it again. I really like the way Jack's minions look here. They have this slight otherworldly demonic look to them that fits Jack of Blades very well, and their weapons look just as foreign as they do, with the low-level minion having a large double-bladed sword and the summoner variant using this strange double-bladed question mark. The minions also have this creepy and eerie sound to them, like rusted metal scraping against itself, almost as if they're merely possessing the armor and weapons instead of truly being there. By the way, the minions can actually show up before this quest. I actually ran into some near Knothole Glades before doing any of this.
Hurry, they've almost reached the boat. You're running out of time.
So in this portion, we have to save the archaeologist before the time runs out. And no, you can't just run down there and free him. Instead, you have to literally clear out every single minion here, plus these random assassins that for some reason are just kinda hanging with them waiting for you. My suggestion is to just run by everything so they have to follow you down to the dock, and then just use slow time and run around slaughtering them all.
You saved me, but then I'd still be safely in my cave if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, I know the way into Bargate Prison. I know everything, don't I? That's why I'm as good as dead if they find me again. Anyway, there's an ancient route into the prison through the Litchfield graveyard. It hasn't been opened in centuries, but you'll have to figure that one out for yourself. I'm not sticking around here. I still know a few good hiding places.
So we're going to have to break into an evil prison through a haunted graveyard. Sounds just great. However, like always, before we go and do that, let's go ahead and take a look at what side quests the guild has available for us now. Fortunately, this time we actually got some good ones, including one that could almost be considered a main story quest. Starting off with the simple one here, we have a choice where we can either decide to rescue a bandit who is set to be executed, or to escort the bandit to be executed. Now, you all know my beliefs about showing bandits too much mercy, so let's escort this bastard to his death. Throughout our travel, bandits will spawn in trying to free him. The difficulty has little to do with the actual enemies, and instead has to do with the fact that every time you leave the prisoner alone, even for a second, he'll try and run off. You would really think that the guards would be able to stop him, but no. At least one of the main enjoyable parts about this quest is really just in the banter of the guards themselves.
Reckon there'll be a few of them in that house over there.
A few? There'll be an army, pig. Get ready to squeal.
He's a cocky bugger, isn't he? You'd think imminent beheading would humble a man.
I don't know why, but I always enjoy even some of the simple dialogue in this game. Towards the end, the bandits will make one more attempt to rescue him. But wait, who's that helping escort the prisoner? Why, it's our good friend Flick from the arena!
Me gonna finish arena in one go, get loads of gold. Me buy big house, me make big family.
Turns out he also serves as the executioner for Bowerstone, and it's good to see that a nice man like him apparently survived the arena. Now that we handled that little chore, why don't we go ahead and help with something a little more important?
Oh, so the guild thought I needed some help, did they? What do they think, that I'm some sort of damsel in distress? Well, you might as well make yourself useful now you're here. I've been studying an ancient shrine we found buried in the swamp, but the whole area just got busy with minions. Looks like they're using it for some kind of whacked out ceremony, whatever it is. It can't be good news. Help me get rid of the ones guarding the shrine, and maybe I can get close enough to disable it.
I gotta say, it's always nice to see Briar Rose. I always end up enjoying her character for some reason. So the objective here is simply to protect Briar. However, to make this a bit more challenging, we went ahead and took a boast saying that she'll take no damage at all. Again, the boasting is a great way to put different challenges on yourself, as well as to help keep the quest more interesting even after you've become an overpowered god.
The minions must have been using the shrine to summon this, whatever the hell it is.
Man, that dude looks terrifying. I sure hope we never have to encounter any of his kind later.
Kingdom speak, so this could take a while. And it looks like we have company. Keep those minions away from me while I recite the incantation.
Luckily, thanks to the combo of slow time and multi-strike, we managed to protect Briar Rose with her never getting a scratch, allowing her to of course seal the unknown portal and to not allow that monster through.
The incantation worked! The portal's closed! Let's just hope the seal holds. That was some impressive minion slaying, by the way. You can fight by my side anytime. Now I'd better get back to the guild and figure out what that thing was.
It's nice to see Briar finally starting to acknowledge us with some level of respect. As you can imagine, that giant that we saw there will have something to do later in the game. However, I like the fact that there is a side quest that if you want to play, will foreshadow them a little bit. It's a nice little bonus for people who go out of their way to do all the side quests. But let's get back to the main story and head on over to the Litchfield Graveyard and find that secret passage into Bargate Prison.
Leave me alone, you organic pustule. I only open for Nostro, the ancient guardian of the door. Not for you, and not for that rancid gravekeeper.
So it looks like we'll need to commune with the dead to get in. As we approach the gravekeeper to let us in the cemetery, we overhear him have a conversation where he tells his friend that he's actually looted Nostro's grave and has hidden all the loot throughout the cemetery to pawn off later. Because you know, stealing from a graveyard always goes so well. Now I will warn you, going through the cemetery is a major pain in the ass if you don't have the magic shield spell, due to all the undead that just rise out of the ground everywhere around you. Besides magic shield, there really is no way to protect yourself against them. So if you don't have it, you're going to end up taking damage every single time they crawl their way out of the ground. Either way, we make our way over to the top of the hill where we end up finding Nostro's grave, where he tells us what he wants in return for opening up the passage.
My armor, my helmet, my sword and my shield. Gather for me in the path I shall yield.
Okay, for some reason, that little rhyme has been stuck in my head since the first time I played this game, and I have no idea why. Now, as we run around finding all of Nostro's gear, we should probably take a moment to learn a little bit more about him because he actually plays a huge part in the Fable lore. Sticking with what is uncovered in this game so as not to spoil the others, Nostro was the actual founder of the Heroes Guild, deciding to create it after meeting with Scythe. And yes, that is Scythe from the beginning of the game. He is that old and is also a huge part of the lore, but we'll talk more about him later. Nostro not only founded the Heroes Guild, but he was also the founder of the Witchwood Arena as well. Unfortunately, after marrying the wrong woman, he was corrupted, and much of what he created fell into disarray. He was eventually poisoned by an assassin and died, forever haunting the graveyard with his soul never being able to be at rest due to not dying a warrior's death as he always had dreamed. Oh, one more tidbit about the graveyard before we move on. Our father's grave is also somewhere in here as well, with it saying, "Here lies Brahm, lost his family and his life to bandits." Sad. Also, for some reason, Jack Sparrow is buried here as well.
My armor, my helmet, my sword and my shield, you gathered for me, so the path I shall yield.
So, you helped the Old One recover his armor. I'll let you through then. Be careful though. I don't want your finger marks all over me.
So I know a lot of people will say this part you should just run through as fast as possible because they have an infinite undead spawner here. But technically, it's not actually infinite, and they will eventually stop. It is a lot of them though, so if you have some of those Ages of potions, you might as well farm them for that combat multiplier and then use them. To finally get through this area, we have to stand in this ring and kill the undead as they enter. It's one of those things that's kind of a good idea on paper and is pretty interesting, but poorly implemented due to just how easy the undead are to kill. As we continue on, we fight more of the undead, as well as we encounter more of those weird exploding mushrooms from Darkwood. No idea why they're here. Eventually, we make our way into the secret prison entrance and start to face down some of the prison guards who are pretty much just the sadistic version of the guards we know and love back home. They are actually pretty tough though and can take quite a bit of damage. But we venture on until we finally find what we came here for.
I told you. Touch me again, and I'll wring your neck. Wait. I know you. No, it's a trick. You're not my son. The bastard's playing with my head. But it really is you, isn't it? What the hell were you thinking coming here? Don't you see he'll take us both? Never mind. We've got to get out of here. Get this damn cage open.
Okay, I find it a little funny that we've upgraded the chicken chaser here to a point where he looks pretty much as old as his mom. Again, every time you buy a skill at the guild, you age, so you can come here in your 60s, making her, what, somewhere in her 80s, at least? I mean, she looks good for her age, I guess. Though I think magic can actually prolong your life in this world, so being a legendary hero, she probably ages pretty gracefully. Unfortunately, our reunion is short-lived, since as we try to escape, we are intercepted by Jack.
It isn't polite to leave without saying goodbye.
Bastard!
This child of yours is quite the hero, dear Scarlet. Did you know he's being crowned Arena Champion? You would have been so proud of him. It must run in the family. That and getting locked up in one of my charming little cells.
You disgusting freak. Let him go. He doesn't know anything.
Oh, I think you'll find he knows a great deal. You see, the arena seal I gave him has been showing me his every movement. It has been most entertaining. Digging up graves, saving old fools, meeting with that crazy sister of his.
Teresa?
Yes, it appears your darling little daughter is alive too. She's told him all about the sword, and that wretched bloodline of yours. And now, my sweet, you're going to tell me where the key is.
Okay now, there are multiple problems going on here with this scene. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea that we get captured here, It works really well with the story, and I have no problem with it at all in concept. However, it's the how it happens. There is no reason our hero would just shrug his shoulders and say, whatever, I'm too tired to fight anyway. I mean, we are the chicken chaser over here, we're not Thunder.
I'm exhausted. I need to find somewhere to rest.
To be honest though, I'm not exactly sure what would have made for a better alternative while working still in this game engine. I mean, maybe you could have had a barrier separate us from our mom, and then have Jack grab her, threatening to slit her throat if we don't drop all of our weapons. And then have him give his evil speech. I don't know, just something different than this at least. Another problem here is the arena seal itself. He couldn't have watched us do it, and you know why? Because we don't have it. After the arena was done, I went and hung it up in our house so we could look at it over the fireplace. Meaning all he heard was us getting it on with our wife. So unless we talk in our sleep like good old Mr. Grope, there really isn't anything of value he's actually heard. It's just kinda strange, because on one hand, the scene is actually really cool, but on the other hand, it feels just kind of like a lazy way to get us thrown into prison. And speaking of prison...
Get yourself nice and comfortable there. We'll be back to get you and the other scum later. Then, we'll have a bit of fun. He'll enjoy it, won't he, Tibbs?
Go to hell, pig.
Temper, Tibbs, temper. You should keep all that energy for later. You'll need it then. Oh, and don't try any of that funny will stuff. It won't work in here. The boss made sure of that. Hey.
Okay, how? I mean, if Jack has the ability to stop willpower, why does he never use it again? And how were we able to use it earlier when we were still technically in the prison? I mean, I know, it's a game, and at this part they kind of need to put you on the rails so they can't just have you going around slaughtering the guards on a whim, but I'm gonna be honest here. Look at us. We are one hell of a specimen, and could probably just beat these guards to death with our bare hands at this point. But I guess we'll just have to play along for now. Fortunately, story-wise at least, it's a pretty interesting idea having you locked up like this. We quickly find out from another cellmate that this is one terrible prison with constant torture and beatings. The guards also only let us out once a year to race for their amusement, with the losers having to be tortured while the winner is summoned to the warden's office for some terrible prize. The race is very easy to win, and they pretty much make sure you win by having many of the prisoners suddenly stop running at times just to wait for you. The race does allow you to get acquainted with the prison's layout, though I don't think anyone really ever concerned themselves too much with that aspect of it, or at least I know I didn't back in the day.
Bravo! We have a winner. Guards, escort him to my office. Welcome to my modest quarters. You have earned yourself a singular reward, one of my world-famous poetry readings.
I love how much we react to that. Just like, no, please, anything but amateur poetry. And yeah, the poetry is pretty bad.
Behold, the ball, the spirited sparrow, as it doth fly above our dreary jail. None can harm it, not even an arrow.
I mean, come on, man, just class it up a bit or something, like, behold the sparrow bold and free, it soars above our prison gloom. No arrow strikes, no trap shall be, for fate defends it from its doom. Just, something there, man, just spice it up a bit. So, as you would expect, our goal here is to try and find the cell key, and the key is locked inside one of these 3 books. However, unfortunately, it really does not matter what you pick this time. Whatever you pick, the key will not be in there, and you'll be tossed out of the office and into the torture chamber.
Painfully obvious, you have no interest in the arts. My lyrical opus is wasted on your Philistine ears. Back to the cell with you.
Welcome to your temporary home, the torture chamber. We're gonna have some fun with you. Yeah, we're gonna enjoy this.
Good lord, that scream.
The darkness of the cell consumed the hero's mind. And it consumed his life too. Another year would pass by in this prison. Another year of torture. The ancient, noble blood in his veins, the power of the guild, none of it meant a thing inside these walls. And all this time, Jack of Blades was free to roam Albion. The hero would not be beaten, he would be free.
Oh my god. We still have hair! No balding or nothing. Damn, we got some good genetics. So by this point, our hero has been locked up in here for an entire year, and has gone just a little mad.
You'd better put on a good show. Some of us have bet a lot of money on you.
Besides that, it's more of just the same, with us needing to win a race in order to get inside the warden's office, this time to hear a poem about his love for Lady Grey.
Oh, grey is the prettiest color, for it's in her name, her eyes, and her soul. She makes me feel 10 feet taller. To see her is to lose control.
Oh dear Avo, this is just terrible. Can someone please send us to be tortured already? You know, you would think if you were married to Lady Grey, he would give you some leniency here, but then again, he's a little bit of a psychopath, so he might just murder you instead. Who knows? Either way, like last time, we open up a book and what do you know? This time we find the key. So after dancing a little jig in our cell, we sneak out with all the other prisoners and try to find our stuff. So you know that whole barrier they had that would stop willpowers? Yeah, it's suddenly shut off now. Really doesn't make any sense, which is probably why I forgot I can use Magic Shield again and instead actually chose to wear armor for the first time in this playthrough. From here, we can fight our way out and find our mother. However, if you really want to, you can also run around and even go inside the warden's office. There isn't anything in here, which is kind of a disappointment. You know, it would have been nice to at least have the warden in here for us to kill, or maybe even a book of his poetry to make fun of or something. Just seems like a missed opportunity for a good little bonus thing there. Eventually, we find our mother and proceed to escape out the same entryway we came from. And I have to say, this might be the longest I've ever kept these prisoners alive for. Normally they just die all the way back at the prison. Really hope some monster doesn't show up and kill them all or anything. Alright, let's do this. Oh no, not the prisoners. So this is the Kraken. If you don't have the Bow of Skorm, it can actually be a pretty tough boss fight for some people. And like every other game with a Kraken, all you really need to do is attack its tentacles and then it will expose its head. It's a pretty fun fight, and it's one of the larger beasts that we'll ever face in the game. Plus, it gives us a really cool looking Kraken tooth as a trophy.
Revenge burned like a sun within the hero, and his destiny was clear. Jack had cast a shadow over the whole of his life. He had been the architect of his sister's blind suffering and of his mother's imprisonment. And soon his power would be absolute.
Okay, shouldn't we have checked ourselves for bugs or something? I mean, how do we know Jack isn't still listening to us right now?
You did pretty well back there, but there's still so much to do. Jack is getting closer to the sword. I can feel it. He needs a key to unlock the sword from its hiding place, and now he knows where it is. The key is in Hook Coast, hidden in the ruins of an old abbey. You have to get to it first. We have one advantage. He doesn't know the key will only make itself known to one of our bloodline. That's why we have to find your sister. As long as she's out there, Jack could use her. You should go to Darkwood and investigate the portal. There must be some way of activating it. It's the only way to get to Hook Coast. But first, I have a gift for you. There's power in your blood that hasn't been tapped yet. Feels good, doesn't it? From now on, I will be able to talk to you through your guild seal. Now go. I will try to find Teresa.
Now, before we head over to activate that Colas Gate to Hook Coast, you know we have to go and do some more side quests. And again, we have an evil one and a good one. For the good option, we have to rescue a group of people who have been kidnapped by bandits. After freeing the first hostage, he tells us to go and save his sister by the waterfall. But when we get there, the bandit leader gives us an ultimatum, telling us that if we come any closer, he'll slit her throat. This is a good little twist that helps make this quest a bit more memorable despite its simplicity. Now, as the nice guy we are, we of course comply with his wishes to not take a single step further.
Hero, you're the best! You saved us all! Amazing! Thanks again, Hero. I'm off to Bowerstone now to find my relatives. I hope they're safely home in one piece. Please accept this reward.
Hey, another treasure clue. We are getting closer to uncovering that treasure of Albion. So the next quest we got here is actually an evil quest where we have to find an undercover bandit that's in a trader convoy north of Bowerstone. And since this is an evil quest, I figured why not dress the part.
My name is Tanya. I'm a deep cover bandit intelligence operative.
Oh my god, that voice. We somehow got involved in the Russian bandits. It's kind of an interesting idea letting us hire bandits to come with us. However, we really don't need them here. In fact, I was so sure about our chances, I went ahead and took up the no damage boast since we're only going to be going up against guards here. Eventually, we find our man and start the trip to bring him back to his buddies. Now, you might be wondering, why did I do this quest as the good chicken chaser instead of the evil bastard Deathbringer? Well, I mistakenly thought this quest also gave you a treasure clue, which it does not. But at the very least, it does have some interesting characters.
We really appreciate your help. We'll be in touch. And remember, the blue nymph crouches at 3:15.
It also gives us one of the most brutal trophies in the game. Holy shit, that's just terrible. So, back to the main quest, we head over to Darkwood in order to reactivate a Colas Gate that can take us over to the town of Hook Coast. Hook Coast is an interesting place that I really wish we could have come over to sooner. Then again, I am a sucker for a good old snowy level. To be honest, there is almost nothing to do here unfortunately, no side quest at all. It really seems like they started to just run out of time and decided not to worry about adding too much here since we are closing in on the end of the game. Well, the original game I should say. At the very least, it does have one of my favorite pub games here, Penny Shuffleboard. Don't really know why, but I really enjoy this game. I mean, I spend way too much time here. Like with all towns, you can buy a house and get married here if you really want to, and the town does have a pretty cool lighthouse you can go into. You can also spawn in an assassin attack if you head over to the edge of town. In order to get all the treasure clues, you have to trigger all the assassin attacks, with the very last one giving you the treasure clue. And this is the one that a lot of people seem to miss. After looking around, we head over to the nearby ruins just outside of town and try to locate this key that Jack is after. But we find our way is blocked.
That magical barrier wasn't there before. It explains what I just found in the guild. Meet me in Maze's quarters. I found a book that may help.
You know, speaking of Maze, where the hell has that lazy bastard been this whole time?
Are you in your way? Something isn't right here. What? No! No!
Well, that's not good, is it?
The book! Don't forget the book!
Man, getting captured is just like a family tradition at this point, my god. So as we talk to the guildmaster about this, he informs us he can bring down that barrier with the book that our mom was using. He also tells us this is the end of the game, boyo, and if you want to finish up any quest, do it before agreeing to take on this one. So, you know what that means. time for some cleanup. First thing first, we still have 2 demon doors to open before the Lost Chapters portion of the game. One of them is over at the Rose Cottage where we took on the Hobbs Cave quest. I kinda forgot all about it after that old grandma tried hitting on us, making me run in fear.
Tall and strong, aren't you?
So this poor doorway is apparently heartbroken and simply wishes for someone to show him some love. So we give him a rose and he instantly spreads his doorway wide open for us.
Oh, you really know how to treat a door. I will always be open to you. You've made me so happy. I can feel pebbles welling up in my eyes.
Inside, it turns out he has some interesting hobbies. I guess we probably should have sent Hedwig in here to meet him, but at the very least we get a Bright Will user outfit. Not that we'll ever use it. Next up is the door that requires us to dress up in the Bright Plate armor, the Dark Mage outfit, and the Bandit gear. The only one we're currently missing right now is the Bright Plate armor, and if you don't know where to look for it, it can be kind of rare to come across a trader who has it. However, if you go to the area outside of the arena, it is far more common to find traders who sell the chest piece and gloves. And after you get that, you can head over to the shop at Knothole Glades to purchase the leggings and the boots.
Nobody goes there. Nobody comes from there.
Okay, what the hell is with all these assassins that keep running into Knothole Glades? I mean, we've already dealt with these ones. After buying the gear, it's back over to Twinblade's camp to open up the door.
Ah, I recognize you, the gallant knight. Where is the evil mage I await? I recognize you, the evil mage. Where is the mischievous bandit I await? I recognize you, the mischievous bandit. My friends, welcome.
It sounds strange to say, but I kind of feel bad for the door. He seems sincere in wanting to see his friends again. However, as we enter, it looks like his 3 buddies have been gone for a long time. I will say, this demon door does give us one of the more interesting weapons in the game, the Doll Master's Mace. I mean, it looks pretty rad, I'm not gonna lie. Now, one of the side quests that's actually very easy to miss is back over at Orchard Farm. You really don't have much of a reason to ever come back over here, and because of that, I actually missed it on my first couple of playthroughs. But if you head over here and talk to the couple, the husband will inform us that his mother's ghost is haunting her grave behind the house, and doesn't know what to do, so asks for our help.
Ooh! Hello there, my dear. Oh, don't be scared, my boy. I might be dead, but I'm still just an old lady. It's a sad tale, really. I was on my way to give Isaiah, that's my son, a necklace for his wedding anniversary, you see. Then, just by Greatwood Lake, a bandit attacked me from out of nowhere. Stabbed me in the chest 3 times, he did. And took the necklace, too. If you could get the necklace to my son, I might be able to rest in peace. It was a family heirloom, been with us generations. Always treated me so well, too. I hope you're nice to your mother.
Wait a second, didn't I loot her grave earlier? Awkward. Either way, we head on over to Greatwood Lake for her ghost to point out the man who killed her.
This is the place. Killed me right here. Hurt like hell, I can tell you. I think he came from that path, the one going up to the waterfalls. In fact, I think I see someone there now. It's him. That's the little beast. Get him!
Man, I like this grandma's attitude.
Headshot.
Afterwards, she asks us to please return the necklace to her son, and that's it. It's a simple but overlooked quest. And speaking of overlooked, I realized when editing this video, I forgot about a couple of the quests that we started up earlier, so real quick before we get to the end game, let's clear them up. If you remember in the Guild Woods, some druggies were exchanging love letters back and forth, and we did remember to bring her letter back over to him a little after the arena. After dropping it off to him, he was so happy that in return he gives us the final blue mushroom that we could then take back over to the witch in Bowerstone. If you don't remember, there is a kid in Bowerstone who is high as hell right now, and apparently the witch has a potion that can snap him right out of it. However, apparently she's had this potion the whole time, and instead will hold on to the mushrooms we collected for her personal use. So we give the kid a cure, and the mother is very thankful.
I still can't believe the old woman really helped us. I'll never join another witch-burning mob after this.
Now, last but not least was the treasure of Albion from all the treasure clues. And as you've seen, we've been ambushed by these assassins quite regularly. However, after we dispatched the last one of them, we received our last clue that actually takes us all the way back over to Orchard Farm. The clues are pretty simple to follow and eventually lead you over to the barn on their property. And here we are, the treasure of Albion.
Well done, hero. You've solved the riddle and found the treasure.
Yeah, it is a cast iron pan. However, it does have 4 augment slots on it, so it's not totally worthless. In fact, if you're doing a mage build, this is actually the best weapon in the game for you, since you can throw 4 will augments on it and it will recharge your will faster than anything else out there. Now, you might be thinking, since the pan always stays in this same location, why not go ahead and just dig it up early? And technically, you can. However, if you do that, it will do no damage and be held like a light weapon instead of a heavy one. It's a fun kind of FU from the creators, making sure that you still have to go through the full quest to get it. And I always love seeing a few joke weapons in a game like this. Now that we have completed almost everything there is to do, it's time that we go ahead and move on to the end game. Well, sort of. You'll see what I mean. So, as we return to Hook Coast, the place is now overrun by screamers. And you know, for a late game enemy, they are very, very weak. Maze, what are you doing here?
You're alive. Yes, I was worried when you disappeared. Your sister. I know. I had to tie her up. Jack is controlling her somehow. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to stop him.
He's lying. He's the one working for Jack.
No, she's trying to confuse you. She's...
There is really no time for this, old wizard. Finish the ritual, Maze. I'd like my key now.
It's almost over. And it will be easier with the boy here.
So, you escaped my little cage. I'm surprised it took you so long. I trust you didn't lose too much of that precious blood of yours getting out. The 7 to 1. You've hidden from me far too long. Take our 2 blood bags to the chamber. I shall be this.
Surprised? You shouldn't be. Only an idiot would oppose Jack. You can't win, boy. The world belongs to Jack now.
So yeah, big surprise, Maze has been working with Jack this whole time. I will say though, I do like this cutscene here, especially how he tries to come up with like some excuse for what he's doing, and even Jack of Blades is over there just like, nah bro, alright, who cares about deception at this point, we're at the end of the game, just get on with it. Now, the actual fight with Maze is just kind of so-so. It's pretty easy, but it's also just a little bit interesting with him telling us how he was left behind to find us after the Oakvale massacre, and how he always knew it was a mistake to keep us alive in the first place. Eventually, he even teleports to the top of a lighthouse, causing us to have to break down the door and run up there and just beat the shit out of him before he teleports back down. Oh, and while we're up here, there is a pretty cool silver chest in this lighthouse. This one contains our mother's axe. It's the same one that she actually carries over in the statue in Knothole Glades, or at the very least one that looks just like it. It's a pretty cool weapon, but it really should have came with a silver augment on it instead of a piercing one, since she was really famous for being a Balverine slayer. But we really don't have too much time to worry about that now, since we really should be heading back down to whoop on Maze some more.
I was wrong. Maybe you are strong enough to defeat Jack. You haven't got much time. He's using the key to activate the focus sites all over Albion. Then the sword will be his, and it'll be too late. They'll be trying to stop him. None of them can. Oh. You want to know why I did it, don't you? I suppose I'm just an old coward boy. We don't all embrace death easily. For some of us, the only quest, is to escape death, whatever the cost. And it looks like I failed.
Man, you know, I kind of feel for Maze here. In a world where magic exists and you can make yourself into something close to a god, facing death must be pretty tough for some people. I know it might be a little played out, the magical being questing after eternal life, but it's always a fun character type to see, and seeing Maze like this really makes me wish we saw more of him throughout the game. I mean, it really felt like halfway through he sort of just disappeared, and the Guildmaster sort of took his place as our closest mentor. If we could have had just a few more moments with him, maybe his sudden but inevitable betrayal would have been a bit more impactful, even if we could see it coming a mile away. Either way, we head back over to the Guildmaster, where he informs us that Jack is going to these focus sites all across Albion and activating them in order to find the sword he's after. The focus sites are these 4 stones that we've actually been passing by all throughout the game, and I really like the fact that something so important to the story has been something that we've passed by so many times at this point that we don't even really notice them anymore. It kind of makes you wonder just what else might be hidden in plain sight all across Albion. Now obviously, no one can stop Jack but us, so we step through the Cullis Gate and start to chase him down. Hey, it's Briar Rose. Long time no see.
Always thought they were damn ugly things. I don't want to die for them either. I guess we'll just have to kill them first. Come on, follow the path and turn right.
So these portions running to the stones are super easy. I mean, they literally didn't even try here. You just can run past everything right to the end every time.
So Maze couldn't hold you. He wouldn't have seen the end of the day anyway. He had outlived his usefulness. You're too late here. This site is active. But don't worry, I haven't finished with you yet.
Looks like he's done whatever he was doing, but the portal is still open. Follow him through. I'll stay here and teach these animals who Briar Rose is.
I will say, it is really cool seeing the guild members teleporting in all around, trying to fight back against Jack's minions. I mean, they do literally nothing at all, but it does sell the all hands on deck feeling.
I thought you weren't going to make it. You'll never catch up with me. How do you like the new world? This is just a taste of what's to come, my boy. Just 2 more to go now.
You! The lady sent her guys, farm boy.
So if you didn't catch that, apparently after ousting Lady Grey as mayor, she ran off to Thunder and I guess is living with him now. Man, what a downgrade. By the way, if you do take the evil route, Thunder will still be here, he just won't be so happy about it.
You! This is not the place. But we have unfinished business, foul boy.
Only one left. You aren't making this much of a challenge. And now your flesh and blood is waiting for me.
Damn it. We're too late. He must be at Headsman's Head. That's where everyone else was heading. You better go after him. I'm exhausted. I need to find somewhere to rest.
Man, what a pussy. I swear, Thunder is just the worst. But let's go over to the final focus site so we can hear Jack make fun of us just one more time.
Sweet Scarlet, I hope there is still some blood left in those hard old veins. But look, here comes a fresh supply. Are you ready to see the guild burn, hero?
Stop him!
Jack's done it. He's activated them all. You must get to the Chamber of Fate in the guild. You've received a new quest card.
Well, even though the guild is burning down, at least the guildmaster still sounds like he's doing okay. Oh, come on, what the hell?
There's nothing we could do. He has power like none I've ever seen. And he has your mother and sister too. If either of them dies, Avo will help us all. Stop him, lad! For all our sakes, stop him!
What a touching family reunion. The mother, the son, the daughter, and the sword. There's only one thing. It's your blood next. Then I will make this world burn.
So holy fuck. That right there was so shocking to me as a kid. I mean, my heart sank seeing it back then. And still now, it's pretty gruesome seeing your mother killed like that. I mean, it's so blunt and gruesome for a game that has so many lighthearted qualities about it. Unfortunately, the fight with Jack is not nearly as cool as that cutscene was. I mean, he pretty much just kind of fights like any other character does at first, with the added powers of being able to summon minions. And after working on him with some melee for a while, he just gets really big for some reason and just floats in the air for us to easily knock him down. And I'm just going to mention it here, even without overpowered weapons like the Bow of Skorm, this fight is still very easy. And when playing the original Fable 1, I really found it somewhat anticlimactic when comparing it to many of the other boss fights in the game. I mean, it just doesn't really do anything to separate itself from what we've already seen before. And that's a really bad quality to have when you're the big bad of the entire game. At the very least, this room makes for a great place to have our final confrontation in, mostly because it has all these paintings from the cutscenes all around the walls. All of our grand adventures are here for us to look at, which is really neat. You can actually come in here anytime you like and see all these paintings of the events that we've been throughout the game. And that includes even ones that didn't have a cutscene, like the Kraken fight, the arena, and even Maze serving Jack. And by the way, that painting of Maze is technically up at the very beginning of the game, meaning if you come in here at all, you'll probably end up having Maze's betrayal spoiled for you.
And now comes the choice I spoke of so long ago. Strike me down now with the sword of Aeons, and you will become as powerful as Jack dreamt of being. Cast it into the vortex, and its darkness will be gone forever. So what will you do, little brother?
So this is the big choice. To cast the sword into the portal, or to keep the overpowered Sword of Aeons by slaying our sister. I'll let you take a guess at which one's the evil option here. Speaking of evil, you might have now recognized this to be the sword that our dear Deathbringer has been using this whole time. But how did he get it so early, I hear you commenting below? Well, I kind of figured that an evil character would have no problem cheating just a little bit, so in the beginning of the game, I pulled off a glitch to get it early. And by early, I mean before the Wasp Queen. You see, the room that has the Sword of Aeons is open to you from the very beginning. Now, it is of course empty, however, if you purchase the Summoning spell and the Assassin's Rush spell, you can actually get the sword at any time you like. The key here is that the Assassin's Rush spell is an ability that lets you rush behind your target. So, if you can summon a wasp near the pedestal that the sword comes from, and then lightly glitch it into the ground, you can use the Assassin's Rush spell to clip through the floor where you'll find the Sword of Aeons. And again, all this can be done before you even take on your first quest. By the way, the sword is comically big on underleveled characters. I mean, it is just huge. Now back over to the Chicken Chaser, we obviously destroy the sword, saving our sister and all of Albion from its evil influence.
They're both where they belong now, lost forever. It's time I found where I belong. I know it isn't here.
The hero had triumphed over Jack of Blades and forsaken the dark power of the sword. When he stepped outside into daylight, the crowds cheered his name. He walked among them as a legend. As the months passed, the guild and its people would recover. Walls would be rebuilt and order restored. For Teresa, it would not be so easy. She retreated to distant lands, where a lifetime of wounds might be allowed to heal. A whole year passed. With Jack gone, Albion returned to something approaching peace. And for once, the greatest of all heroes was able to rest.
So that is the good ending to the original Fable, at least before the expansion released. And it's a fine ending that wraps everything up quite nicely, even if the final battle was slightly a dud. But before we move on to the expansion, we should probably let Deathbringer show us how the evil ending goes.
The hero strode out of the guild, a dark shadow among the flickering flames. A crowd awaited him in silence, too numb to move, too afraid to cheer. There would be no celebrations to mark this victory, and life in Albion carried on, its peoples caught in the balance of present peace and the looming threat of the sword's new master. The greatest of all heroes wandered the land for a year, until at last, in his search for solace, he arrived in Oakvale. There he walked among the ghosts of his childhood and the memories of his lost family.
Again, this was the ending to the original game, but since this is the Lost Chapters version, let's go ahead and see what happens next.
Hero, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we're receiving a message from Scythe, one of our oldest heroes. He left the guild for the northern wastes long ago, but now... Perhaps it would be best if you came to the boasting platform outside the guild and saw for yourself.
So here we are, post the original Fable. And really, none of the world has actually changed that much at all besides this new statue of our mom here in Oakvale. Now, if up to this point you went straight for the main story and skipped out on all the side questing, I got some good news for you. Even though the guild quests expire after completing the main game, the side quests in the towns can actually still be completed. Take this one in Oakvale. It's a quest that Deathbringer here forgot to do before beating the game, and it's actually a pretty good one, with this shady guard asking you to kill an assassin that apparently killed his brother. It turns out the assassin is over in Twinblade's camp not too far from here, and the guard offers us 1,000 gold if we can kill him. Except when we confront the assassin, he explains how he is actually the guard's brother, and the guard wants him dead to make sure he gets the inheritance from their dying mother. The assassin then offers us 2,000 gold to kill the guard instead, and this puts us in a little bit of a weird position. Technically, there's nothing that we can do here that's actually that evil. I mean, if we want to kill the guard, he's obviously corrupt, which makes it really not that bad of a killing. And if we kill the assassin, then I think it's pretty obvious why that one's not that bad. However, we could do what we learned to do as a kid when we caught that man having an affair. Take the assassin's gold to kill the guard, and then just kill the assassin anyway. It's a nice little side quest that kind of lets you handle it however you like, which I always enjoy. Plus, it has some pretty fun dialogue to it.
You were always my mother's favourite too. Oh, I'm sure he's a very nice assassin, Toby. You could learn a lot from him, you could.
Now back to the main story, we end up returning to the guild where we actually get a message from Scythe. You know Scythe, way back from the beginning of the game talking to Maze.
Many have died. I believe these creatures are known as summoners. My mission here has failed. I will attempt to stop their passage to the mainland. But I require assistance. The strongest among you must open the primal demon door close to this podium. It holds the fire heart. Only the chosen one will gain audience with the prophets. Use the heart to call the ship of the drowned. Hurry, before all is lost.
Scythe? Scythe! Oh, we've lost him. Skorm! The demon door awoke this morning, but none of us could get through. It says we're not worthy.
It is up to you, hero. You defeated Jack single-handedly. If it will not open for you...
The man's got a point. I'll stick to my speciality and hit the books. We need to know what these summoners are. Good luck.
So if you remember, the summoners that we see here are the same ones that we actually stopped with Briar Rose over in the Darkwoods, though apparently we just simply delayed them. Speaking of Briar Rose, as you can probably see, she'll be taking up a much more prominent role going forward, which is good because I actually really like her character a lot. As we go and speak to the demon door, he explains more about what's going on, but for some reason, his voice just sounds a little different here. I mean, all the demon doors are voiced by the same voice actor as Thunder, but for some reason at this particular demon door, you can kind of really hear the similarities.
Behind my walls lies the fire heart. There, you will speak to the prophets who watch over it. You may enter now, but beware the beating of the heart. It has burned many before you.
Do you kind of see what I mean with the voice?
We are the prophets of the fire heart.
It was your destiny to seek us out, hero.
The beast arises in the frozen north. Only he who claims the heart can stop it.
Its mystical powers will guide you across the sea. There you must face a force of such evil. Not even death can silence its fury.
Oh, for crying out loud, just tell him to get us out of here!
Okay, I love these guys. They just have that quintessential Fable style of humor. Now all we really have to do here is solve this puzzle a few times and that Fireheart thing is ours. And to solve the puzzle, all we really have to do is just fill the board with nothing but suns. However, I wonder what would happen if we filled it with moons instead.
But fill the board with moons and one of us will perish, and the fire heart will never be yours.
What? I thought you said he'd get it even if he gets us all killed. I heard you.
Quiet, you imbecile!
Okay, it's pretty clear that the writers were having some fun with this one. I mean, it even remains funny even if you're evil.
No, hero, don't kill me, kill one of... Yes! We can make it! Oh, no.
You have the fire heart? Excellent. I knew you'd be able to do it.
I bet those prophets were a barrel of laughs too. You always get to do the fun stuff. Well, I've been looking into these summoner creatures and I'm starting to think throwing away the Sword of Aeons wasn't the best idea after all. These things are bad. Too late to do anything now though.
Perhaps not. Well, it's only an old legend, but for centuries there have been tales of a powerful weapon hidden in the guild and imbued with the essence of all the heroes buried there. But the only one who's shown any real interest in it lately is Maze. He was obsessed with finding it. We know why now, of course. Perhaps you can find whatever he discovered in his old quarters. But don't forget, it is vital that you place the fire heart in the Hook Coast Lighthouse. Its power will summon the ship to take you to the northern wastes. Good luck once more, hero.
Okay, so I have a major problem with this right here. You're telling me, with all the lore of the Sword of Aeons being a weapon forged by godlike beings in a void world outside of time and space itself, and it being the original weapon of Jack of Blades before him losing it, has a nearly identical good version that just happens to be right here in the guild? And when I say in the guild, I'm not talking about like some caverns or something interesting like that. No, I mean just right here in the motherfucking garden of all places. I mean, even how we figure this out and acquire the sword just feels lazy as well. All we have to do is go upstairs and read Maze's diary, where he explains that the garden has statues of long-lost heroes, and that all they have to do is just judge if you're worthy or not to receive it. And there you go, a sword that is almost identical to the Sword of Aeons. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but this is just really silly. And more importantly, it undermines the very decision we just made after killing Jack. I mentioned this earlier in the video that for a moral choice to properly work in a game, the evil choice must offer something unique to the player besides being evil just for evil's sake. I mean, sure, some people will still choose to be evil for the hell of it. However, for the decision to be impactful, good players must feel that they're making a sacrifice when it comes to their decision. Without something to tempt you, you really aren't being good, as much as you're just not actively being bad. And I know someone's going to say, well, if they didn't add a sword equal to the Sword of Aeons, wouldn't this section of the game be terribly unbalanced? And that would be true, except for the fact that the Sword of Aeons and the Lost Chapters is not actually that powerful. In the original Fable, they made it overpowered as hell, doing over 500 damage. However, in the Lost Chapters version, they reduced it down to 230, so it wouldn't outshine the other weapons too much as you played on. That way, if you enjoyed using other weapons instead, you wouldn't be too underpowered in the Lost Chapters portion. Because of this, you really don't even need Avo's Tear, because almost all of the legendary weapons that we've acquired through our journey can keep up with it no problem, and I mean in some cases they're even stronger. With all that said, because it is the big new weapon, I did switch to it for most of the expansion until near the end where I switched back to my katana just because, well, I like it more. Now, one more small nitpick with this portion of the game is its lack of side quest. I mean, if you haven't figured it out by now, I do love me some side quest. And unfortunately, despite adding a whole new area with a new town and everything, there is really only one side quest added for this section of the game. And that side quest doesn't even take place in the new area. It's all the way over back in Knothole Glades. Now, it's not a bad quest or anything like that, but it does feel strange at this point in the game. It kind of feels more like a post-arena quest if anything. The story of it is good at least, with the chieftain's son being kidnapped by bandits. He gives us the ransom gold and we can decide whether or not we want to pay it to avoid trouble, or pocket the gold and just slaughter all the bandits. On top of this, the chieftain's other son tries to convince us to hand his younger brother off to him so that he can eliminate him as competition for the title of chief. Obviously, we don't plan on doing that here. So we head on over to the Demon Door Cave to find the son and his kidnappers.
Should have known the chief had sent some hero dog to do his dirty work. You'd better have the gold. Any of your guild puppet heroics and there's gonna be bits of kid all over the walls.
Yeah, dude, I killed Jack of Blades, alright? You're nothing.
I don't like games, hero. If you don't give us the gold, I'm gonna introduce the kid's guts to my sword.
Wow, a real hero. And you saved me. I can't believe how lucky I am. Bandits and a hero in one day. I suppose we should get going then. That man you killed is starting to smell funny. I bet we see more bandits though, and they won't be happy you killed their boss.
Oh god, they gave him the adult sound effects. From this point on, we simply escort him back to his father through waves of bandits ambushing us, which apparently this kid just loves.
Oh my dear boy, you're safe! I was so worried!
It was brilliant, Father. I was in this cave, and there were all these bandits with these big swords, and then...
Stop! It all sounds so horrible! You're never leaving my sight again.
Oh, Father, you never let me do anything fun. Can I at least get a pet Balverine, please?
A Balverine? Of all helpers. We'll talk about it later.
Strange enough, even after you reveal the fact that the chieftain's older son tried to kill his brother, the chieftain just kind of goes, "Well, that's crazy," and walks away, not really doing anything at all. Kind of a strange way to end it.
What? My son did what?
But hey, we got no more side quests left to do, and now we can focus solely on the main story going forward. So now that we have the Fireheart, all we have to do is place it in the lighthouse over in Hook Coast to call in the ship that can take us over to the Northern Waste. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I take it the Fireheart's in place then? Good. Meet me downstairs. According to the books, the ship should arrive as soon as the Heart's energy reaches full power. What the hell? A summoner. It's trying to destroy the Heart. We have to protect it. Come on, we have to...
So to be honest, I kind of think the summoner should have first appeared after this section, not during this section, mostly just because the whole reason we're headed over to the Northern Waste is to stop these mysterious forces from affecting Albion. So having them here already just seems maybe a little rushed. Instead of the summoners, you could instead have maybe the minions swarm around and then one of them summons up a frost troll to try to break down the tower. I mean, we already know frost trolls exist in Hook Coast due to that quest that we saw at the beginning of the game, and it would work as a pretty nice callback to that. With that said, the summoners do look really cool, and when there's multiple of them and they're backed up with support, they can be somewhat dangerous. They have strong melee attacks and a lot of good magic abilities that can really cause some serious damage. Either way, we take down these three with little issue before boarding the Ship of the Drowned.
Well, here's your ride. Looks, cozy. When you get to the Northern Wastes, your guild seal will activate the local teleporters, and I'll be able to join you. Scythe would have done it long ago, but he destroyed his seal before he arrived. Didn't want Maze to know what he was up to, I guess. Well, have a nice trip. Maybe when I see you next, we can have a snowball fight.
And we are off on a year-long journey across the sea in an abandoned, haunted-looking ship. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure if lore-wise it's a year-long journey. I mean, that does seem a little long. However, your character will age 1 year during this transition, and oh boy, do we look it. Hey, would you look at that? Even in our 60s, we still have a full head of hair.
Welcome to the Northern Wastes, Guildsman. I had feared you lost. I am Scythe, though my name has long been forgotten in the guild. Maze saw to that. My apologies for not meeting you in person. I must remain in Snowspire Village and protect it from summoners. Terrible though they are but a symptom of a much greater power rising in these lands. Meet me in Snowspire in the far north. I will explain everything, and then we must consult the town's ancient oracle. I pray we can awaken it, and that it holds the answers we seek.
So, this is the Northern Waste. I like it, but then again, I always like a good snowy level. Now, right off the boat here, there's actually a silver key chest that takes 30 keys. It's the highest one in the game, requiring you to find every single key there is. So the question is, what could be inside of it? I mean, it must be something crazy to require every single key found, right? Well, I hate to spoil the good time, but no. Unfortunately, after finding all the new keys that can be found here in the Northern Waste, when you go and open the chest, all we can actually get is this weak sword called the Avenger. I mean, at 180 damage, this is pretty terrible at this point in the game. I mean, it just barely beats out good old Bluetane for Avo's sake, and we got that sword towards the beginning of the game. The real point of this chest is just the joke of it containing a sword called the Avenger alongside 6 stones. Obviously, the Marvel Forever Media empire had not started yet, and I was a DC comic fan, so as a kid, this joke went right over my head back in the day. So all in all, I was just kind of annoyed at it being such a weak-ass sword for all the effort I put in. As we walk around, we find and reactivate the Cullis gates in the area, and use it for a quick trip back to Bowerstone to get our hair cut before continuing on.
I am the Queen of Blades.
What the fuck did you just call yourself? Ah, look at that. We finally get to meet an ice troll. I think I might have been calling them snow and frost trolls earlier in the video, but in my defense, in the game file it's called an ice troll, but in that quest card in the beginning of the game, it's called a snow troll. Or maybe snow trolls are just something totally different entirely and we just never see one. Either way. These guys are no joke. Even with one of the strongest swords in the game, we are doing very little damage to it. And unlike the other trolls in the game, you can't really use your bow too effectively against them because they can shoot ice chunks underground that will actually chase you down that you can't easily dodge. To be honest, of all the enemies in the game, the ice trolls are probably the most powerful. Now, after killing it, we do get to head through some new scenery, killing some minions and even the new frost Balverines. They pretty much act the same way as normal Balverines, just a little more powerful. Eventually, we find our way over to the ancient Archon Shrine.
So how was the cruise? Me? I'm more of a teleporter girl. Good thing your seal set the local ones off. I've managed to get a good look around and this pile of stones might be worth investigating. See all those inscriptions? I'm heading back to the guild to work on the translations. You should carry on to Snowspire and speak with Scythe. He's waiting for you. Catch you later!
Oh, I'll head over to you, but first, let me go grab this right here. Ah, there we go, the most evil looking helmet in the game to add to my collection. Speaking of evil, they really made this doorway look evil as hell. This is the Bronze Gate, created long ago to separate the true Northern Waste from the rest of the people on the island. It is said that beyond the gate is demons and dragons from before man walked the earth. And because of that, the locals here believe that opening the gate will bring about the end of the world. I think you can kind of take a guess as to where the final battle is going to end up happening. But for now, let's go off to Snowspire Village.
Welcome to Snowspire, hero. Walk with me. Speak of your journey. Summoners have reached Hook Coast. Then there is less time than I thought, and I have much to tell you. I arrived here many years ago, when the guild believed Jack of Blades would use the Snowspire Oracle in his search for the sword. Now it is we who are in need of its wisdom. To speak with it, we will need the Glyphs of Inquiry. They were hidden in the Age of Archon by 4 acolytes who buried them deep in the haunted necropolis. I will send word to the necropolis guards to grant you passage.
So this village sits around the ancient oracles that have great knowledge, and it's a nice little area. Nice enough for me to want to buy a cozy little house here and just settle down for a bit. For the most part, it's pretty much just like most towns, except it does have a place for you to actually donate your items for good guy points. I never really do this, but it is kind of an interesting idea. Unfortunately, the AI is still pretty much the same AI from the mainland, making many of the same statements towards us even when they don't make any sense. Again, I really wish they had included at least a few small quests that we could do here, but oh well. I guess we'll just continue on with the main story and head on over to the Necropolis to find those tablets for the Oracle.
Oh yes, Scythe told us to let you in. Well, I guess you better show him through.
Yeah, nice try, Mungo. It's your turn, and you know it.
Ah, nuts. All right then, follow me. Right, that's as far as I'm going. This place ain't safe, you know. The old town's full of ghosts. Folks say the poor beggars don't even realise they're dead. Anyway, take care looking for them, glyphs, they're called, right? You're not the first one that's come rummaging for pieces of carved stone, you know. The others found more than they bargained for, though. Rotting corpses, the lot of them now. Anyway, have a nice day.
So I really like this place a lot. It's a creepy old city with ghosts everywhere. Well, they're supposed to be. For some reason in this playthrough, they didn't show up too much, which is strange because normally they're everywhere acting out conversations like they're still alive, but a little off, just kinda adding to that creep factor. They did start to appear when I tried re-entering later on, and man, coming back here later will have this place filled with these huge undead guys called wraiths. Now, for most people, the ice trolls, summoners, frost balverines, and the wraiths will be the only additional enemies added here. However, if you come here at a very low level, there is actually a new nymph in the game file called a succubus queen. Most people don't even know they even exist since you have to be a very low level to see one. In fact, the only time I ever saw one is when I did a no leveling run a long time ago. Now back to the quest, all we have to do here is run around the graves and dig up the tablets. If you find an oracle tablet, nothing will happen, but if you find a cursed tablet, you'll be ambushed by a bunch of enemies. Because of this, you want to make sure you read the headstones for clues as to which one to dig up. Or, you know, just dig them all up because screw it, I want to see that combat multiplier get even higher. You know, the city of Necropolis kind of reminds me of Bowerstone in Fable 2. But that could just be a testament to how dreary they made Bowerstone in that game.
I never wanted to be a demon door. All this waiting around, all the riddles, it's no lie. Oh, if only I'd been born a silver key chest. I just love those little silver keys. So shiny, so silver. I'd do anything for some of my own. Give me those, please. I'll let you through and everything.
So if you've already opened up all the chests up to this point, you might be thinking to yourself, why not give it to him? What's the harm? Well, just after this, still in the Necropolis, we find the best silver key chest there is. For 25 keys, we get the Archon's Battle Armor set, the best set of armor in the entire game. If you remember, the Archons were the rulers of the Old Kingdom well before today, and their armor was really badass and easy to miss if you hand over your keys to the Demon Door. Obviously, after you get the armor, feel free to make the trade.
Lovely, pretty silver keys. Come to Daddy. Thank you, you may pass.
Now this is an interesting place. Pretty much just a little pirate island with a pretty badass sword inside. The Bereaver here is up there with one of the strongest weapons in the game, so if you like greatswords, it's definitely a good choice. But that's not even the best part here. For you see, this is the greatest fishing spot in all of Albion. Here you can just keep catching some massive 15-pounders with ease. In fact, you can also catch fish that are so big that when you take them back to the fishing competition, they sort of just break the game.
I hope your rod has brought you some luck, hero.
Holy crap, my biggest fish is negative 21,474,836.48 grams. Or, for those of us who use freedom units, a little over negative 47,000 pounds.
Holy bream! This here weighs more than a sea troll!
Now back over to the necropolis, we move further inside and we end up facing another ice troll, and are later even jumped by a few summoners before we find the last tablet.
You have uncovered the glyphs. Very good. It is time we awoke the Oracle from its deathless slumber.
Gotta be honest, I kinda feel really overdressed with this armor on.
O great Oracle, grant us the knowledge we seek. What evil rises in this land? The prophecy is fulfilled. The guildsman is here. You follow the footsteps of the one who wore the mask you carry. Jack of Blades has awakened the dormant power of the summoners. He has used the blood of your family to feed his new shell beyond the Bronze Gate. But now his soul mask is in.
Oh my god, why is the music so loud here?
Feed the Archon's shrine and open the gate. Go now and face your destiny. So Jack has cheated death once more. Never have we encountered a being like him. I do not envy you.
What, Scythe? What'd you say? I can't hear you over the local choir.
To Briar Rose at the shrine. Perhaps she can tell you how to use Jack's soul mask. I must return to the guild. May fate smile on you.
Okay, so if you couldn't hear him, Jack is back and is behind that evil-looking bronze gate and is building up his power for round 2. Luckily, Briar Rose thinks she might know a way to get inside and slay him. However, before we do that, we should first talk a little bit more about these holy oracles of the village people. If you haven't already noticed, the tablets that represent them is YMCA, and since you access the oracles by using their expressions, that means we can now go around doing the YMCA wherever we go. Now, the oracles themselves are pretty much just lore dumps for anyone who's interested. They'll tell you how Thunder and his sister came to Albion on a ship that was attacked by a kraken, and how Thunder used his lightning to harm the beast as they swam for days to get to shore. Or they can tell you how the Guildmaster overthrew the old Guildmaster to change the methods of the Heroes Guild. They even have the story about how Maze was saved from Balverienes as a child by Jack, forever putting him in his debt. And since she's pretty much our companion throughout the rest of this game, we can also take a moment to hear how Briar Rose actually came from a very well-off and noble family. However, after her mother died in a tragic accident around the same time her will powers were manifesting, she was tossed out of the house by her father, and eventually found her way over to the Heroes Guild, where she specialized in knowledge, spending a lot of her time traveling all around the world, before eventually coming back to Albion around the same time as we graduated from the guild. The information can be really fun to go through, and it's also kind of funny to see when the writers just really didn't know what they would be doing next, so just kind of decided to leave things open. They will go on about how Jack of Blades was a being formed long before man first walked the earth, but really not much more than that. And for Scythe, well, they just kind of say Scythe is a mystery to even them. Now, I'm not going to go into great detail here because this video is long enough already, but Scythe was later revealed to be William Black, the first human to ever discover the power of will. During that time period, mankind were still slaves to the immortal beings from a realm called the Void, that called themselves the Court, run by the Queen of Blades, Knight of Blades, and of course, Jack of Blades. Seeing William Black's power of will, Jack tried to enslave him to presumably help him take control of the court. However, William stole Jack's sword, the Sword of Aeons, and used it to kill the Queen and the Knight, but even though he did destroy Jack's body, his essence managed to get away. William then went on to establish the Old Kingdom, and the rule of the Archons was started. As time passed, his descendants, who also had the power of will, unfortunately became tyrants and corrupted by power. And William, still too hurt from his battle with the court, could do nothing to stop them, and eventually vanished, probably to another realm to recover. Eventually he returned after the Archons accidentally just blew up the Old Kingdom, and the new Kingdom of Albion was being built. But that's a story for a whole nother video. But around this time, he started going by Scythe and played a huge role in the founding of the Heroes Guild, as well as getting the Guildmaster to take control, knowing these things would be needed to stop Jack's eventual return. Now, I know this is a huge lore dump, so I'll just sum it up with this. It turns out Scythe is our great
2 hours later.
Great grandfather. Obviously, none of this was thought of at the game's release, and the only reason we even have this much information is all because Dean Carter did eventually come out and confirm that Scythe is actually William Black, the first hero. Whew, that was some lore dump. I think I need some killing as a palate cleanser. Let's go and see if Briar Rose has found out anything yet.
Hey, glad you're still with us. These inscriptions are fascinating, you know. Everything indicates that Jack's new form will emerge from behind the Bronze Gate, and this structure is the key to opening it. But it looks like it'll take the souls of 3 heroes to activate the mechanism. These things are never simple, are they? It doesn't want just any heroes either. The first instruction calls for the King of the Arena, no less. I suppose you could chop your own head off, but then there'd be no one for me to order around, would there? Why don't you pay Thunder a visit? He knows the arena inside and out. I've checked with the guild and they say he's in Knothole Glade. You've still got Jack's mask, haven't you? Good. You'll need it to trap the souls. I still can't believe he might not be dead. Anyway, I better start researching the second inscription.
Well, this should be fun talking to Thunder again. And guess who else we get to talk to now?
Yes, little hero, I'm back, and our business is not quite finished. You destroyed my sword, remember? Have you any idea how many centuries I spent looking for it? But its work is done. Soon I will have power beyond your imagining, and you will be the first to die.
So now we have Jack constantly whispering in our ear. However, this does serve a purpose outside just issuing out veiled threats. As we go on, he'll start to try and corrupt us into doing evil deeds, such as after we run into Thunder here.
We don't need a hero. For the first time in years, we aren't being attacked, sieged, or kidnapped by anything. Now leave us alone!
Man, that is just sad.
You? Briar Rose said you would come. I will tell you what I know, if it will get you out of my sight.
Thunder does tell us that if we go to the arena, we can actually capture the souls of fallen champions who came before us. You would think on a good playthrough, Thunder wouldn't be such a jerk to us, but no, he is still just a complete dick.
The souls of past champions haunted, resting in the place of their greatest achievement. Now go, unless you're here to take my soul. You've taken everything else.
Why go all the way to the arena? You have a perfectly good soul right in front of you.
Oh, Havo help me, that is so tempting, Jack, it really is. However, the chicken chaser must stay on the straight and narrow. Now, unfortunately, my footage of Deathbringer at this part was corrupted, but all that really happens if you take the evil route here is you attack Thunder and he tries and fails to fight you back. And it is so easy. I mean, far easier than even the first fight we had with him, which was already a steamroll. Now, though the evil path here is the easy one, the good path is far more entertaining. Oh man.
Run! Run for your life! These things appeared in the cells and started killing everyone!
So Jack has of course set up his minions to stop us from our quest. Kind of an interesting thing here is that this is actually the only time we're able to walk around in the Hall of Heroes from that one cutscene during the arena.
Appreciate the help. I reckon we could have taken them ourselves.
Oh, motherfucker, you could not. As we delve further in, we eventually make our way back out to the arena grounds, where Jack has set up Arena 2 Minion Boogaloo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a truly special occasion. Watch a hero ripped to pieces by trolls and Jack's very own minions.
He pretty much just starts to throw in a little bit of everything at us at once, and man, is he just really getting into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from sunny Snow Spa, I give you Summoners.
Don't get me wrong, I still really enjoy Jack being a bit more calm and collective in the original Fable. However, I'm gonna be honest, him being this manic, crazed, demon-like being is really entertaining here. I guess you could headcanon it in a way where it's like, okay, when he was here before, he was trying to have the appearance that he was mortal, while now, of course, the mask is off quite literally, and he's just this being from the void trying to destroy all that's here. Overall, these few rounds you face in Jack's arena are really fun, and the summoners get a chance to really show their power here. Admittedly, I started using a couple of just stupid spells like ghost swords and things like that just to have a little fun with it, but they did manage to take down my magic shield a few times, which hasn't really happened that much in this playthrough. Either way, in the end we fight through and capture a random soul of a dead arena champion, then head on back over to the shrine.
Son, you found your first soul, did you? But the shrine is ever so greedy. It will want more before it's had its fill. I wonder who the next one will belong to.
I hope this thing works. You need to release the soul from the mask and, well, your guess is as good as mine. I've never seen anything like it. It's like it's using the soul to power itself. Anyway, we figured out the second inscription. It says, the heroine. I can't think of anyone who fits the description better than Scarlet Robe, your mother. There's always me, of course, but as you can see, I'm still alive, and I plan to stay that way. You'll have to pay her tomb in Oakvale another visit. I know this won't be easy, but Scarlet was always one to make sacrifices, remember?
So yeah, this one is pretty messed up. I mean, taking the soul of our own mother? And it's not like it's ever fully explained whether or not the soul was destroyed to power the shrine, or possibly just forever imprisoned in some void realm or something. I mean, I guess the best outcome would be after activating the shrine, the souls are then allowed to finally rest, but given how this world seems to be, I kinda doubt that. And even Jack points out that we're kinda fucked up for doing this.
Scarlet, the worms have barely finished feasting on you, and your own son comes to steal your soul.
Then again, at this point, he's starting to seem a little bit more mad than before.
Something tells me there's going to be a lot of screaming.
This one is much easier than the arena, with it just being a bunch of screamers, which all pretty much die in one hit. They're so easy, I just started using some more of the flashy powers to beat them just for fun. After clearing them out, Mom simply says to take her soul and to make Jack pay, and we move on. But what if, like Deathbringer here, you didn't want to go all the way to Oakvale to capture your mom's soul? Well, like Jack said, we do have a heroine soul right here for us to take. And as much as I hate to do Briar Rose any harm, it's actually a pretty fun fight. You see, Briar Rose is a specialist in illusion spells, making clones of herself to distract you, and she also has a bunch of ranged attacks similar to what Jack used in his fight. Because of her very unique fighting style compared to other bosses, as well as Jack's commentary throughout the fight,
Playing games with you, she deserves to die.
I really think this fight is one of the more entertaining ones throughout the game.
Dear Briar Rose,
always so trusting. It was a real pleasure watching her die. Her quest is complete. But how will you know what the last inscription says now? Ah, the oldest soul? Wow, the Guildmaster would be a perfect choice, don't you think? Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
So if you choose the good route, Briar Rose and you will listen to Jack saying pretty much the same thing, trying to convince us just to head back over and kill the Guildmaster. However, this time, Briar will instead suggest that we go back to the guild and try to find some kind of alternative. Strange enough, even if you've been good throughout the entirety of your playthrough, the Guildmaster will still be hiding out in the guild woods trying to avoid you. It's almost like he doesn't trust us or something. Fortunately, a guild member rushes in and tells us that instead of killing the Guildmaster and taking his soul, we can go back to the graveyard and take Nostro's soul instead. So, off to the Litchfield graveyard we go.
Guildsman, we meet once more. You reclaimed my weapons and armor and brought me peace. Now, I offer my soul in return. But I am Nostro, and mine is a warrior's soul. You must take it in battle so that I may stand proud among my comrades in the afterlife. My men have sworn an oath to protect me even in death. Only when they fall can I be harmed. Now, claim my soul with honor.
Okay, first off, I do not think that's the same voice actor as before. And second off, man does he look badass. I mean, I totally understand why he wanted us to bring that armor back to him now. This time, the fight's gimmick is that he can only be hurt after one of his weaker undead die. Overall, it's pretty easy. But I do have to say, I have really enjoyed doing these soul capturing quests. It's a lot of fun ideas kind of just all packed into a short time frame that just make it really enjoyable. But while we're over here having some fun with Nostros, why don't we go ahead and see what Deathbringer is doing back over at the guild.
When Maze betrayed me, I knew he was a coward. But you are the biggest disappointment of all. You have been given too much power, and it has corrupted you. But it isn't too late to turn back. Stop this now, and there is still hope for you, for all of us. Please, let me teleport you to the graveyard. Take Nostro's soul instead.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Very well, hero. Do your worst. I am no defenseless old man. I have powers that you can't begin to...
Oh my god, no. Oh dear lord, can we please just go back to the chicken chaser? I mean, this is just terrible.
The inscriptions say only one hero will be allowed to pass through the gate, and, hey, guess what? You're the strongest. I don't know what form Jack's going to take, but I don't think it's going to be small and furry, do you? Good luck, for all our sakes.
You're too late, little hero. Once more, too late. Come to the Bronze Gate. We have unfinished business.
So this is it, the final battle. Let's see what lies behind that bronze gate.
Here you are. It's been a long wait, but I knew you'd free me eventually. Yes, always the puppet. Don't you ever get tired of having your strings pulled? I am no mortal man. The gods and demons you fear and worship are as nothing to me.
So this is Jack's new form. Now I know some people believe this to be his true form, but I don't actually think so. He came out of the void wielding the Sword of Aeons and wearing his mask, so I kind of feel like he's more of an ethereal being that can possess a human body, but also manifest himself how he feels. With the rage of being defeated, it would make sense he would want to manifest as something that can bring true devastation to Albion if released, as a sort of punishment for them resisting him. To put it simply, I don't really think he has a true form, though it would still make sense that he would mostly want to show himself as a human, given how important this sword and mask are to his powers. Either way, this fight is much better than his original one. I mean, I had to actually use a couple health potions here, which for this playthrough is pretty crazy. The dragon's fire can knock down the magic shield in just one hit, and since he also has summoners and minions backing him up, it can get a little hairy here, especially if it's your first time doing this. His moveset is pretty simple, but one that you still have to pay a little bit attention to in order not to get roasted. But no matter what, always remember, all things are possible through the Bow of Skorm and a little elbow grease.
Destroy the mask. Whatever you do, you must not wear it.
So this is the final choice, with Scythe insisting that you throw it into the fire from which it came, and the mask tempting you with its power. However, unlike other choices in the game, there is no pause here at all to let you make your choice. And instead, if you simply wait too long, you'll become corrupted and forced to put the mask on anyway. Just for a heads up, on PC, certain resolutions will cause the game not to actually give you the prompt. I mean, you can still left click and throw it into the fire, but if it's your first time playing, you'll probably just sit there waiting for the choice to appear. In fact, as a kid doing my first ever playthrough, I was so enthralled with what was happening, I didn't even notice the prompt to throw it away, and I freaked out when I saw my hero become corrupted and put on Jack's mask. Because of that, I went a very long time thinking the canon ending was Jack being reborn through the hero to cause chaos in the eventual sequel. However, the true canon ending is of course the path of the Great Chicken Chaser. Oh, he was most certainly tempted to sit there and do nothing as he heard the mask talk to him. However, as he stood there, he also began to hear a distant voice from his past.
You just gonna stand there like a lemon?
And it was in that moment he knew what must be done.
It was a battle that would be talked about for centuries to come. The day the hero of Oakvale slew the dragon, Jack of Blades. The day the strange creature behind the mask was finally banished from this world. And this is where our tale must end. Though even the most hopeful of hearts knew the struggle between good and evil would never be truly over. As for what became of the guild and its heroes, that is a story for another time.
And that is the ending of Fable: The Lost Chapters. Now, some people I have heard were upset, saying that as fun as the world was, you should have been allowed to continue the game afterwards, running around and doing what side quests were left. And even though I've heard this so many times, it has always confused me because you actually can. The only catch is you have to watch through the entire credits or else it will kick you back to the main menu with your last save being right before the big fight. But if you watch through the credits, not only will you be able to see how many takeout meals they ate while working on the game, 3,577 Indian meals, 2,828 Chinese meals, and 1,915 pizzas. But you'll also be able to roam the world as either the hero of Albion or the new Jack of Blades. Unfortunately, there really isn't much to do anymore, and none of the characters have any additional dialogue at this point. But it is a nice feature, and because of this, it allows the Great Chicken Chaser to return home to Oakvale, to see his wife, to do some fishing, and to spend the rest of his days contemplating the great adventure he's been a part of his whole life.
forsaken. Bandits storm through the village with steel. There's a way to grow stronger. Let your legend live longer. Take the hand fate is set to reveal. When the guild seal is glowing and your path seems unclear, through the halls of great heroes, hear the echoes so near. XP orbs arise, they will guide you back home. Through the forest of Darkwood, past the Gravekeeper's stone. They will grant you the power, the will and the hours. So when the journey is long, just follow the glow. Through the lands filled with woe, for the hero inside starts to grow. XP orbs arise. To the lost and the broken, to the boy fate had chosen. Once alone, now a blade in the fight. Through the trials of might, through the battles of right, shall you stand in the fire or the light. When Twinblade is watching and the Balverienes hunt, through the treachery whispers, don't let your wits become blunt. XP orbs arise, they will point you ahead. Through the chambers of heroes, through the ruins and dread. They will show you the surface, the plot and the purpose. So when Jack calls your name, just know that you stand. With fate in your hand, and the future now waits your command. XP orbs arise. Oh, raise a toast to the bold and the free, to the strength of old Albion and the choices we see. XP orbs arise, they will lead us through time, through the depths of the void and the power divine. They will show us the surface, the plot and the purpose. So when the battle is long, just know you belong. Through the right and the wrong, Albion still sings your song.
Well guys, this has been one hell of a video to make, and I mean it's taken a long time, I'll tell you what. And it's not just because this is the first RPG I've ever made a video on, but it's also just because, well, my kids got sick, then my wife got sick, then of course I got sick and I couldn't speak for like a month it seemed. So if my voice seems kinda gravelly and grainy towards the beginning of the video, that's why. Now, before I go ahead and close this video out, I really wanted to give just a couple shout outs to a couple YouTube channels that were a big help when I was making this video. First one is the YouTube channel Game Studio Lore. He has an amazing video on the history and development of Fable, and more importantly for me, he cited all of his sources, making it very easy for me to find old interviews and all the information that I wanted to highlight in the beginning of this video. And if you enjoy that kind of stuff, you'll 100% enjoy his near 40-minute video on the development for this game. Also wanted to give a shout out to the channel Skyrion. It has been a long while since I actually delved into the Fable lore, so I definitely needed a slight refresher course. And Skyrion has a ton of great lore videos on the subject that were just really nice to listen to while I went about my day mowing the yard or at the gym. I actually have been subscribed to him for a long while now due to all of his Half-Life lore videos, but again, if you enjoy lore dumps, go and check him out. And lastly, I really want to thank y'all for watching. Again, I know this is a long video. I mean, it's over 5 hours long, I think. So again, I know it's a long video, so if you've made it all the way to the end, I really do appreciate it. And I know at this point you're probably wondering, am I going to do a Fable 2 video? And the answer to that is, not right away. And unfortunately the reason is because Fable 2 never actually released on PC, and was a true Xbox exclusive through and through, right? I mean, it is only on Xbox 360, which means I have to go and get myself a capture card, I have to go get me a new copy of Fable 2, I have to dig out my old 360 and hope it still works. It's just a whole mess. But if you really are insistent and really want me to do a Fable 2 video, 1, let me know in the comments below, and 2, I'll make a deal with you. If this video gets over 2,500 likes, I will go ahead and get started on that video for you. How's that, alright? 2,500 likes, and I will go ahead and start working on the Fable 2 video. So, ball's in y'all's court. Other than that, if you want to watch some more content, you know I'm sure YouTube's going to be recommending stuff over here to my left, and of course over here to my right. I like making a lot of long form videos, so if you're into that sort of stuff, you might want to go ahead and binge a couple of them while I go ahead and work on the next one. Either way, again, thank you so much for watching this video. I really do appreciate it, and I really hope to see you again real soon. Peace.